last time in Renascence, you guys had just recently left the realm of Deepholm, your second major stop waypoint on your trip to Melatambos. Your stay was relatively peaceful. There was a very small kidnapping attempt that you guys thwarted, and beyond that, things were pretty chill. You decided to take the south road out of the realm versus leaving through the western gate. In the interest of reducing your time on the road and being done with this whole ordeal sooner rather than later. Your first 3 days outside of the realm were relatively peaceful. You passed through Deepholm's territory relatively safely until you reached Morian's Wall. You passed to the other side of that, and within a day encountered a forward scout of Highwater's. You were able to get some pretty useful intelligence out of him, the locations of most of the camps nearby, and with that information, you decided to adjust your course. Rather than heading due south, you decided to hew west, clinging to the shore of the nearby lake, circling it to its western bank, and hopefully avoiding the brunt of Highwater's fortifications outside of their domain. And for the most part, your travels have been fairly peaceful. You guys have kept a steady eye out for any surveillance stones that you might have run afoul of. You've avoided them all fairly well. There was a brief encounter with some sort of Piscine dog creature that swam through the air or water and seemed as though it may have been tracking you. But thanks to the rain, was not able to actually locate your current position. You skirted the perimeter of some sort of encampment or settlement along the lake shore. Didn't quite see it. You avoided the notice of a crew of fishy red caps that were in the midst of foraging nearby. And you also had a pretty brief altercation with, God, what were they? What did you guys kill last time? I'm blanking so hard. What was it?
Displacer beast?
Was it just that was what it was? Yeah, it was just a random.
There was also a wolf thingy in there.
Herd. Yeah, the fish dog thing. But yeah, Displacer Beast tried to ambush you guys at some point over this journey, and you guys made very short work of them. No issues there. And the last thing you guys encountered was a pot of gold at the bottom of a crystal clear pool of water, just randomly sitting in the forest under a ray of sunshine.
It's a lie. There is no such thing as happiness.
Disagree.
Are you alright, Noel?
Sorry, I just had a bad dream. I don't know.
It's in a weird place to say.
I just woke up and I had a recap of everything that's happened to us thus far. Weird.
Put me in a strange place.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's fascinating. Wait, hold on.
Get some music going.
Oh, well, that's a shame to hear.
So we are picking up. It is the morning of your 37th day in the Feywild. You guys are about 10 and a half days out from Deepholm. And if your calculations are correct, you're probably only about 4 or 5 days from the edge of Highwater. After which, it's one good jump to the east or west, excuse me, and you're within spitting distance of Militambos.
Okay.
So, are there any questions before we begin?
Nothing here.
Okay.
Am I done fixing my cauldron?
Somehow, you have been able to wrench this thing apart after the Bigby's hand crushed it like a Coke can.
I like the idea that it's mostly round, but you can see like the finger indents from Barnaby's hands.
It's got character. That's what it's called.
Certainly does
think-
now.
I'll say this, Barnaby. It is whole. It is intact. It is usable as a piece of cookware. I think you will probably note, however, that it's probably an somewhat uneven cooking surface now, just because it's been damaged previously.
Put it over the fire. That won't matter.
Okay. Well, for whatever that's worth to Barnaby, you would know that much about it. So, if we don't have any further questions, we can start today's day of travel. What is our pace today? And are we changing course, or are we keeping to this plan of just kind of sticking to the lake?
Stick to the lake.
Skirt the lake has worked thus far.
All right. So then...
Probably just normal pace. Unless we see a war camp in the distance today.
Okay.
Normal pace.
Fair enough. Then could I get a... I guess you're going at a normal pace, so I will roll. Yeah. Alright. Today is going to be a fairly painless day of travel.
Okay.
No encounters on the calendar, just some heavy rain. The sunshine from the day before is kind of overcast with this, and there are moments over the course of this trip where you can kind of see through the trees south. You can see the lake, and in the few reprieves as the rain kind of ebbs and flows throughout the day, you are able to very, very distantly glimpse this spire, this distant silhouette kind of rising up from the horizon. You imagine this is likely the Tower of Gobi that was marked on Morrigan's map, or Lady Maglin's map, excuse me. And beyond that, not much more to remark on for today. For day 2 of your travel today, could I get a D100 roll, please?
Anyone who wants to do it that hasn't?
I'll do it. I don't think I've rolled one yet.
Go for it.
Oh, actually, maybe. 100.
No shit.
000?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Well, there's the boss fight.
Uh-oh.
Rocks fall,
We
you all
found it.
die.
Uh-oh. Sorry, guys.
Back and came into the Feywild.
Sorry, guys.
What have you done? What have you
Hey.
unleashed?
Good
Maybe
shit,
it's
guys.
Good news.
GG, good game.
Oh,
What?
no. 100
What?
cauldrons?
So first off, ice stone check. All right. Still no issue from the ice stones. They are fairly sparse on this side of the lake and pretty easy to see when you are keeping your eyes open for them. Late this afternoon, or I guess probably like mid-afternoon, you guys, you stop, take a breather, catch your breath at some point today. The weather is markedly warmer than it has been the past couple of days. You are actually feeling a bit of heat today, and The sun is shining bright overhead now. The rains have long passed, and it's the first real day of like genuine, like warm, balmy weather you've had in the past month and a half. So cloaks are coming off. Sleeves are getting rolled up. You guys are in the market for a cooler climate today. And as you stop to catch your breath, there is a tremor underfoot. And at first, you kind of stop and look and listen to see where this is coming from, what manner of creature this might be that's approaching you. Is there someplace to hide? Is there a need to? But I think the thing that catches your attention, all of your attention, much more immediately, is the fact that as soon as this rumbling starts, the trees all around you begin to drop out of sight as the ground beneath your feet begins to rise with a rumble. And in very short order, you are currently standing on a very precipitous hill. A handful of trees still cling to the rock around you, and the treetops of more distant growth sort of level with your eyes. And no sooner have you sort of ascended to this height than the hill begins to move southward.
That we're on?
Yeah.
Is it going the direction we want to be going?
The trees that you are, like the treetops that you can see that have like just kind of like dropped down to level with your eyesight are now beginning to kind of like.
Is it the direction we want to be going?
I was gonna say.
It is heading towards the lake.
Okay. We should probably get off of whatever this is. How high up are we now?
That's a great fucking question.
I didn't know that was gonna be a stumper.
Yeah, this is probably like a good 100 feet up in the air from where you were previously standing, sitting, resting. The ground has just suddenly shot up, is now level with the treetops around you. There's like 4 or 5 trees still like growing out of the rock around you that are, on top of this hill. But the rest of the treetops are now just kind of like drifting by as something beneath you begins taking thunderous steps southward.
All right. We should.
Time for children.
Is there
Down the hill.
any indication of what this creature is? Like, we're on its back, clearly. Do we see a head? Do we see legs?
From your current position, you are looking at just this kind of like rocky hillock that you were previously just resting on.
So
without moving, just kind of looking around, you're not seeing any sign of this creature.
So I'm sorry, I forgot. Where on the map are we right now? Like, are we between Deep Home and Highwater, or are we at Highwater?
We are.
You are. So Pete made that map like.
Oh yeah, if you scroll up in general.
2 weeks ago. Yeah.
There
Here,
should
be.
be.
Let me link it.
A map of
Can I fly up and find out what this
Copy
thing is?
link. There we go. Yeah, Barnaby, if you wanted to fly straight up into the air, sure.
I'll do that.
But what point are we on?
So you guys are halfway. Well, actually, you're probably not halfway. You're probably like right at the line or just past the line, the break between 11 and 12, like the gap there.
So what you're saying is that this thing is heading the direction that we needed to head anyway.
It's heading towards the lake. It's not heading southwest. It's heading more southeast.
Yeah, that's
It's heading towards the
scenario.
lake.
It carries us into the water.
Okay.
So
Aldrin.
Barnaby's flying up. What's everybody else doing?
Aldrin can cast fly onto 4 people, and we can all fly away from here.
That's kind of where my head's at. Though I wonder if this is a bad creature or a benevolent one, because it could be tremendously helpful if it's a benevolent one.
Barnaby?
Yeah?
Can I catch a ride?
I lower a rope.
Duh.
Okay, so you lower a rope, and as you continue to fly up, Burberry just lifts off the back of this thing.
Being
Into the
helicoptered
air.
out.
Well, that way, the 4 people, that's 2 kids, and then two.
Aldrin's gonna carry his wards, of course.
Okay. So Barnaby and later Burberry, as you kind of both fly upwards, one following the other, you can see as you fly further and further away from this hill, you can see 4 legs protruding out from beneath this thing. Not terribly far, but they are big enough around that they are visible from above. These massive, very lumpy, stony, huge trunks of legs that are bearing this massive creature forward. You can see as it sets its feet down, there is a pretty substantial shockwave beneath it. This thunderous, almost blast of air that kind of issues out from beneath its feet that seems to level the trees within 10, 15 feet of its footfall. As you're further away from it now, the sound of its movement is actually a little bit louder, not being quite so muffled from the bulk of this thing's body, kind of shielding you from the sound of it. And you can see towards the front of the shape that there does appear to be a very large, blocky, kind of roughly triangular head, kind of comes together at a point at the front, kind of hanging down from the front of this shape. I'd say at this distance, it reminds you of a very, 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 very big tortoise.
Oh, it's like the Avatar creature. We can't. It won't hurt
Hundreds
us.
of feet across. This is a big fucking creature.
Oh.
And it's moving. The further away you get, the slower it looks, but up close. This thing is for its size, it's moving at a pretty decent clip, Could probably a good 40 feet around, give or take. Just kind of trudging forward through the forest, making for the lake.
Okay, so it's mostly just making for the lake, but not really.
That's what it seems to be doing.
Okay.
I would like to pull out and hold on to the immovable rod and off chance that I lose my grip.
Okay. I mean, you're locked in here. We're flying with Barnaby, so
No, I know. On the off chance that I lose
something
my grip,
terrible. Yeah.
or if Barnaby gets hit, or God forbid something else weird happens, I want a safety net.
That's fair.
Sure.
All
right.
Here's a question. If I believe I'm the only person still on it. No, me and John are.
Well, Aldrin's still there because can you cast fly?
I can fly. I've got polymorph.
Oh, okay. Then
You're good to
Aldrin
do
will
as you
cast
wish.
fly on himself and pick up the children. Come here, children. We're going to go upsies.
Jeez.
If I started to say run forward, I guess
Oh.
forward in the...
I do get a free casting of fly, if anybody wants it.
Oh.
Because I have to cast
I
it out of...
believe
Oh no, I can make both you and John fly for free. Because I have to
Oh.
cast it at a 5th
Okay.
level.
That works.
Yeah,
Might as well.
that is an additional creature per spell level, so 3 creatures.
Sure. Okay. I guess we're all flying.
Okay.
Alright.
Kiddo's under Aldrin's arms.
Yep.
Sure. So you guys fly up into the air. And now you too can see this enormous tortoise. Trees growing out of its back, just trudging through the forests, just like plowing through this huge, like, trench almost. You can see as it's like kicking up dirt, this huge cloud of dust behind it that's kind of wafting into the air as it moves, and
Could you
just
imagine how much
leveling.
turtle soup that would make? You know it would crush you flat, right? But yes, but could you imagine?
can feed a kingdom.
Watch your fingers. That thing looks like a snapping turtle. Real big one.
Wait, doesn't the snapping turtle have the very long extending neck?
Well, I don't want to find out if that one does.
Let's
So towards the back of it, then.
Yes.
if I get the status site, I admit I'm kind of curious to go ask it some questions. Is that crazy?
Maybe. Go for it.
Is it a talking?
Talk out of snapping range.
Do you have tongues today? Prepared?
I believe I do.
You are my...
Come here.
Got any more of that tongues?
Got any tongues for old Noel?
Yeah. Just really
Oh
jonesing
my.
today.
Yeah, I'll give Noel a high five, a very high five. That is very high off. the
We are
ground.
very high.
Y'all are all up in the air, hundreds of feet at this point,
Force of
probably.
tongues.
I'm gonna go try and find the head of this turtle and talk to it.
Head is not terribly hard to find. It is high enough up and keeping pace. Like you can see this massive wedge shape kind of hanging down on the neck at the front of the creature as it drags itself forward. And flying, I guess, directly down in front of it or like around the
I think I
side.
gotta pull up to the side of it like I'm passing on the sidewalk, you know.
Okay.
Hey, what's up?
Roll down the
I'd
window.
say
Hi.
as you do, as you draw lower now and start kind of like approaching the front of this creature, you feel yourself buffeted by the air that's being just kind of like forced up as this thing takes step after step. Just the displacement of so much mass at once is it's making it a struggle for you to even really like move as freely as you'd expect to be while flying.
Mm-hmm.
There's almost kind of this turbulence in its immediate vicinity as it moves, but you approach, doing your best to stay steady and kind of drawing even with the head. You see like this just massive, ancient, stony creature, very turtle-like in appearance. Honestly, much to Barnaby's credit, it has the appearance of just a massive snapping turtle. The big wide head with a pointed kind of beak-like mouth. Long flared nostrils that kind of run back halfway up its face, and these very, very small eyes on either side of the head that are almost kind of sunken into these sockets, kind of just deeply, deeply recessed under the stony brow of this creature.
Okay.
I think as you approach, you do see the one eye on this side of the head, like pivot to look at you. And you do hear a very, very bassy, like it shakes your body to hear it. This rumbling kind of growl from inside of this creature. This.
Hello. Hi. Hi.
The head is very slowly turning to look at you.
So sorry. I was I was, I guess, walking on your back. Is this your home? This lake here?
Again, very slowly turning his head to face you.
I'll let him catch up.
Okay. And you see the mouth crack open a bit, and I mean, very much like a turtle. There is this very long, narrow little smile that kind of appears on its face, and you can feel like the full force of its voice now, directed directly towards you as it lets out another long, low, rumbling. And for a moment, it hangs there with this smile on its face. Like both of its eyes have now kind of like turned to fix on you.
Sorry, I didn't quite understand you. Is that a yes?
This turtle opens its mouth even wider, and you hear this. This big fucking, almost like a roar at this point. I think at this point you definitely get the sense this thing does not seem to speak a language.
Okay.
Too bad we don't have a speak with animals.
And
I have a speak at animals.
You want to try that?
What is tongues? Let me check.
No, tongues is for languages. Speak with animals is a different spell.
Okay.
Yeah. Tongues grants the creature you touch the ability to understand any spoken language it hears, and moreover, when the target speaks, any creature that knows at least one language can hear the target and understand what it says.
Okay. Then, realizing that I'm just talking to nothing.
You should scratch right under its nose and see if.
I do not want to get near that mouth. No.
Yeah, it's still just got this big wide smile on its face, just staring at you.
If I count that as a smile. I'll pivot. I will try universal speech instead.
Okay.
This does not require language, although if he is tremendously unintelligent, this is not going to go much better.
As an action, choose one or more creatures within 60 feet of you, up to a number equal to your charisma, and those creatures can magically understand you regardless of the language you speak for 1 hour. Okay.
Might want to stick your questions to yes or no.
Yeah. Hello? Can you understand me now?
You watch as this thing's eyes, like the pupils, small as they are in its face, they're still probably at least big enough to cover your torso. The eyeballs of this thing, you see the pupils all fucking contract at that. Very surprised looking, and you see the head kind of pull back a little bit. And he kind of closes his mouth a little bit, still slightly agape, still kind of got that weird turtle smile on. And the head very slowly, there's like this creaking, grinding sound as you watch this massive thing begin to tilt to one side. And you hear what might be a note of confusion come out of this thing. Just this... but much bigger and much more bass boosted.
Yeah. Sorry, this is a little weird, I know. I can only see part of you, so maybe just blink your right eye once for yes and twice for no. Does that work?
It blinks both of its eyes once.
Okay, well, I guess that would be a wink.
It's a double wink.
Double wink. Is this your home, this big lake here?
It blinks once.
Did me and my friends walking on your back wake you up?
It blinks once.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We really didn't know you were there. How long were you? That's not a yes or no question. Were you asleep a long time?
The eyes, like, there's like a kind of like a suspicious squint almost. It's like you get the sense it is unsure how to answer that question.
Okay. I guess it probably doesn't have a good context for. Do you see the tower in the distance? I'll kind of point towards it.
The head very, very slowly turns to look out over the lake. And then very slowly turns back to face you. And you see it blink once.
Was that tower there when you went to sleep?
It blinks once.
Have you ever encountered anyone from inside that tower?
It squints again.
Do you like that the tower is there?
Hey, blow up this tower for me because you want it, not me.
I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking questions.
I'm just kidding.
It
Please continue.
squints its eyes again,
Okay.
but not for very long. It's like almost like a little micro emotion, micro expression.
Sure.
Just, it's on a fucking 20-foot wide fucking turtle head, so it's not very micro. Very obvious, but there's a small little thing of uncertainty, but it doesn't really seem to have much of a response to that.
Okay. I get the sense this turtle is pretty unaligned in its interests. Okay, well, enjoy your swim. Sorry again to have woken you. My friends and I will take better care in the future to avoid that. Thank you for hearing me out. And I will start to pull away.
Okay. As you begin to pull away, you see the turtle blink once, and you see that kind of smile begin to widen again as he opens his mouth. You hear that rumbling again. That roar. And there is a new wrinkle to that sound. This craggy, almost rock slide sounding tumult coming out of this creature. It's like the grating of massive stones all kind of tumbling one over the other underneath this thing's voice. And as you pull away, it begins to open its mouth wider and wider and wider until it is almost like a crocodile. It's just like a full, 180 degrees, unhinged jaw. And you see the throat of this creature.
Seems like it's going in a bad direction.
Semi-fleshy, semi-stony, scaly, very unpleasant-looking, cavernous abyss. And you feel the wind around you begin sucking in towards the creature.
I apologize to you.
For just a split second before a very sudden hurricane force winds kind of exhales out of the creature. And carried in that wind is a veritable shotgun blast of rock and gravel and stony shrapnel. And I am going to need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Well, I tried.
I warned you.
Dex save. Okay, that's a good roll. This 25.
That will succeed.
Thank God.
I don't like
Just-
that it was.
Nerd.
Alright, so that's going to be 10, 20...
I like the view of this from your guys' perspective. Is Noelle just flies up and then like 1 minute passes and then just a rock explosion at her. Like, geez, what did she say? Must have really pissed him off.
I'm so sorry, but you're about to take damage, which means you have to make a concentration save.
For what?
No, it's not concentrating on anything.
I'm not concentrating on fly or tongues.
Oh, right, because that. Oh, thank
That's
heavens.
Aldrin.
Oh, I was about to panic.
So it's going to be 36 bludgeoning damage halved,
Ow.
down to 18.
Okay.
Okay, that's not too bad.
That's not too bad.
So that is his response as you begin to fly away.
Okay.
You just very quickly like fucking twist, dive under, and spiral off away from this thing. I assume you're retreating. You're
Yeah,
not.
point taken.
And you just hear this from this thing as you fly away, and you can see over your shoulder the neck like slowly extending out from the fucking rocky shell and like twisting back to look at you over its shoulder. You just see the head kind of turning again as you fly higher and higher into the sky to rejoin your friends. And as you do, you watch as it slowly turns its head back and continues on its thunderous way through the forest, just leveling this massive trowel through the trees as it walks, taking up this huge cloud of dust behind it.
I have never met such a rude turtle before, guys.
I have.
Oh, are you all right? Do you need a?
Just a lot of bruises.
For the record, this is what you guys fucking ran into.
I have a
If
hunch.
anyone's ever seen one of these.
What the heck is that?
Oh, cool.
That's fucking cool.
Big.
What is
Very big.
What is it called?
That is big.
Tell you what, somebody roll an Arcana or a Nature, and we'll see if you guys actually know in fiction. If not, I'll just tell you outside. That one.
You said Arcana or Nature?
Yeah, isn't that a Pokemon?
Torterra.
It's Torterra. I did not go high enough. That's 13.
Okay.
I did not roll.
I'll roll.
Oh, Aldrin rolled a 19.
I want to see John get this, even though he has like 0 Arcana
Or nature, he said.
or Nature. Let me double check what Nature John has.
Probably. the
That's
same.
a 12. I don't know Jack. Actually, I do know Jack. He's a nice guy.
Give me 1 sec. Oh,
It makes sense that Aldrin would know.
browser's being down.
I rolled a 19. Just in case.
19.
Yes.
Okay. I will say, Aldrin, the most I think you are able to discern about this creature is that this does not appear to be a proper fae to your experienced eye in these realms. This strikes you as something with a more elemental bent. But I don't know that Aldrin would necessarily know what it's called. So, out of game, this thing is called a Zaratan. It's a fucking CR-22 gargantuan elemental.
And
Glad
very
we didn't
rude.
make it angry then.
I think maybe
And you
annoyed
guys
it.
are like, yeah, I rolled 100. What do we get, DM? It's like, oh, okay. Cool.
Query. What's its movement speed?
It's moving at a pretty decent clip. You know, it's slow for its size, probably, but it's moving at like 40 feet around.
No dang.
So, it covers a decent distance for someone your size. Like, you guys are you've got to jog to keep pace with this thing.
Yeah.
It lifts a leg and pushes itself forward.
No, I was honestly asking because my brain went, if we did get into a fight, how difficult would it be to get away from it?
You need to dash.
Yeah.
You could just stand on his back and it wouldn't be able to do anything.
Make it roll.
A turtle? I don't know.
I mean, it's half boulder. Come on. That's like what all boulders do. They roll.
Boulders roll sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, they roll sometimes.
They also just sit for millennia.
Yeah, I mean...
Okay, well,
either way.
I'm glad that wasn't worse than that. I suppose we'll find a spot to land.
Yeah, so I think you guys have fly for what, like 10 minutes?
Yeah, only a few minutes.
Yeah. So with that, I mean, you guys would be able to cover...
I got it for 4 hours.
Well, la-di-da, mister. I'd say that conversation took you probably like 2 or 3 minutes. So we'll say you guys get about 7 minutes of flight out. So you're able to get probably a little under a mile away from this thing before you touch down.
Okay.
You can still see this billow of dust being kicked up even at this distance. I mean, it's basically like a moving trail of like campfire smoke almost. But you're far enough away that you can just kind of distantly make out the sound of its kind of rumbling footsteps.
All right. Well, I have never seen anything that big before. Easy.
It was very large.
You guys want to take a little short rest so I can get my 5th level spell slot back just in case?
Do you want to take a short rest so you can get your 5th level
Yes,
spell slot
please.
back in just in case?
I think we all want to take a short rest so you can get your 5th level spell slot back.
Okay, thank you.
Just in case.
I'm gonna go fishing while you do that, then.
Don't get too close. We're
Would you
trying
guys have
not to
landed
get
on the lake
spotted.
shore, or would you have stayed up in the
I
hills?
feel like the general goal is to stay out of the lake area because I feel like if they had some kind of telescope up there, they could pretty easily monitor the edge of the lake.
Yeah, I don't think that's a great idea.
So at least the
I'll just
party...
cast this with a long rope then.
If anything, though, I will say the party will probably land in the forest, but if you wanted to go fishing, Barnaby, I bet their attention is not going to be on you.
Yeah, it'll be great.
So this would be the time
I'm going
to do
fishing.
All right. Barnaby's going to go clamber down to the lake shore while the rest of the party's taking their short rest. It's probably like a 15-minute walk at the most. Get down there, get some fishing in. Sure. I'll say go ahead and give me a survival check.
All right. $17.
17. Okay. I think you are getting some nibbles. You probably get like one fish pretty early. And then you see, a mile up the shore, this giant fucking thing slide out of the forest and into the water. You just see this like huge splash as it kicks up and begins to just drift out into the lake. And after that, fishing's a little skittish. So yeah, that happens.
Dang turtle. Poked all the fish. I say as I shake my hand at the turtle.
I told you it was rude.
You just see this fucking... It's like a floating island just drifting out into the middle of the lake over the course of this hour.
Just a rude turtle. Got no consideration for others fishing.
All the while, you can see the distant tower of Gobi looming far on the distant shore.
I wave at it.
It doesn't wave back, it's a tower.
Well, that's just rude. I'm going back. What I hear is rude.
Go back to the party. Alright. So, at the end of your short rest, no issues. You guys are going to be able to finish that issue. So, hit dice, spell slots, whatever.
I did use some hit dice to get those hit points back.
Sure. Yeah. Good shit, guys.
Well, that could have been way worse for a 100.
It could have been. With that, I think the rest of your day will probably pass pretty quietly. For the next day of travel here, could I get a D100 roll from you guys? And for the record, it is going to start raining again today.
26. 26.
26.
I could do it this time.
It was at the fucking the pot of gold again.
No,
That was the nymphs.
Oh, the hags.
the hags. That
Oh,
was
the hags, that's right.
Uh,
They're funny.
51.
51.
It's not a 26. I feel betrayed.
I'm sorry. I failed you again, Burberry.
Ah!
Okay. With a 51.
Sorry to clarify, is this is the latter half of the day, or is this the next day?
This is the next day.
Okay.
Okay. Come morning, with the rain kind of picking up, this warm, sunny weather sort of passing by from the day before. You guys are keeping to a normal pace still, right?
Yep.
And
Yep.
doing your best to avoid whatever eye stones show up.
Yeah.
What's the passive perception? The highest passive perception in the party?
17.
Not mine.
17?
Yeah, I think I have a 15 or something. Yeah, I have 15.
Okay. Doing your best to avoid, whatever eye stones you encounter. Fairly early in the morning, I think Noelle and Aldrin, both of you would become aware of something or some things moving in the brush behind you. You can tell it's being careful. They're being careful. But you still pick up the sound of rustling branches and the occasional kick of gravel across dry ground.
Well, I stop the party. Let everybody know. Something's tailing us.
You want me to start up the boots again?
It's in the brush. I don't know if that will help. Can I active perceive?
Yeah.
I know
go
a
ahead and
good
give
way
me-
to get something out of a bush.
That's
Active perception check.
Go ahead and give me a perception check then, Noel.
okay.
You're a short motherfucker.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, wait, no, not hell yeah. That's just normal. 21. Thought I rolled a 19. Got a 14 instead. 21.
21. Okay. You call us out to the party, you start looking around behind you, just kind of like scanning the forest. And it takes a moment for you to realize that this thing has been sort of standing almost in plain sight, looking almost like a tree. This towering, twisted humanoid figure. Its skin, while seeming pliant and fleshy, does have a very kind of woody, mottled texture to it. There are kind of knots growing out of the shoulders and the chest, sort of like you would expect to see, on a diseased tree. And it's got its arms, this vaguely humanoid figure has its arms kind of stretched out overhead as it's sort of like leaning between a couple of trees, almost kind of posing like one of them. And its head is sort of twisted to one side. It is grotesque. This wide, sunken eyes, a very narrow, wide mouth, with this very thin lower jaw that you can see kind of the folds of skin kind of trailing down to the rest of the body, and just like lank, mossy hair, kind of just rolling down off of the scalp on either side of its face. There is a vaguely feminine quality to the figure, but it is so misshapen it's really kind of hard to say. And as it stands there staring at you, this thing's probably like a good 10 to 11 feet tall.
Did you say feminine figure?
There's
Have at it, buddy.
a semblance.
Oh.
There is a semblance of femininity to this thing, but as I said, it is very gnarled and twisted. This very heavy, robust tree-like figure. And as you kind of panned over a couple times before you realized it was standing there, and you kind of follow the figure up, lock eyes with it for a moment, and you do see it take a very small intake of breath as it realizes you guys have noticed each other.
Hello, my fine lady. My name is Aldrin. He's saying this in Sylvan.
Sure. And you see the head kind of twist a little bit as the neck kind of cranes down to look at you.
Always a good sign.
Aldrin, a pleasure. As it lowers a hand and extends it out to you.
Good day. He takes it and shakes it.
And again, a very big, meaty hand with this crusted, bark-like skin kind of coating the back of it. And this figure again looks at you, Aldrin, looks over the rest of the party, and says, "Not often we see a group like yours pass through here."
Can Aldrin try to see if he knows what this thing is?
Yeah, give me a Nature Arcana.
11.
I mean, it could be a dryad, although it's not the prettiest dryad you've ever seen. Might be an ent? Maybe? You're honestly kind of having a hard time placing this thing. And as you're sussing that out, as it has shaken your hands and sort of begins to relax a little bit. The figure kind of like folds back in on itself, like the straightened posture kind of like curls forward. You can see there's like pretty significant hunch in the back as it's sort of like bent down to kind of look at you all. Very long branch-like arms kind of clasping hands in front of it. And you see this, again, this wide mouth kind of had this very small, tepid little smile and just like rows of these very, very sharp little teeth kind of lining the inside of its mouth. What brings you and your friends to my neck of the woods?
We're just passing through.
Passing through?
Mm-hmm.
To where? And from where?
To the Great Tit Keep.
You see the eyes widen a little bit. Oh, you've a long way to go then, don't you?
Oh, you know where we're going!
Yes, I've heard of the keep.
Hey. Most people don't know what we're talking
Rotten old thing that it is.
about. Oh, it'd be perfect for the children.
Children. You see the head twist a little bit as it starts to like scan the party again. And again, it kind of like realizes like, oh, you have these 4 little masked things standing around you.
Yes. These are my children. I am very busy, man.
Yes, you are. What precious little things they are.
They are not for sale or to be eaten. Just for clarification.
You hear this thing go, oh, what a shame. They look delectable. As it very gingerly, just like kind of one finger kind of musses the top of one of your heads. We'll say it's Kyron. Who very quickly just like recoils.
I feel like Aldrin would be like, oh, that one's not sweet. Wrong choice.
May I?
May you what?
I'm kidding, of course.
Oh, you wanted to eat him.
Yes,
No,
well,
no,
you said
no.
not for. I thought I would.
No eating, please.
Shame that. And as this figure straightens back up, you hear a voice call out from behind it. No good, sister. And you see this wooden, feminine thing turn back over its shoulders. No, nothing here for us, I'm afraid. You'll see this second figure step out of the trees, one you had missed earlier. And much like the first one, a similar build, this very kind of like overly bent, broad-shouldered, woody skinned, towering woman joins the first one and kind of like does a quick scan of everyone and says, oh, yes, well, I suppose if they're spoken for, there's no helping it, is there? Great to keep, I heard.
Yes, my lady, what is your name?
You may call me Annie.
Annie, what a touching name.
Yes, isn't it? Very, very cautiously, just kind of smacks her lips a little bit.
If you are looking for good hunting, there are war camps that way, and they're doing little patrols of little people.
Well, I suppose there's no harm in taking a look. Isn't there, Annie? Says the second one. And Annie will respond like, yes, well, suppose we'll just be on our way then, Aldrin.
Pleasure meeting you, Annie. And what was your fair maiden's name?
I am Annabelle.
Annabelle. Ooh, lovely. Stunning name. Or stunning woman.
You're quite the charmer, Aldrin.
No.
We could just eat you up, we could.
I bet you would.
there's a little hand that reaches out and just kind of presses on your head, like rustles your hair. And you see these two women kind of look at each other. They look back at all of you and say, "Well, safe travels then to the lot of you.
Safe travels to you, my ladies.
Keep an eye on them. They're prone to wandering off, I hear."
They're over that way, and he'll point to the direction of the war camp.
Like the way you guys were coming.
Yeah, they're that way.
Good tip. Thank you. And you'll see them both just kind of begin to trudge into the trees. And very quickly, they lose you lose sight of them in the brush, and their footsteps very quickly fall quiet as they retreat from you.
Well done, Aldrin. I don't know what you said, but it worked.
I was just
Heard it.
myself.
Do you think they're actually gone, or do you think they're just gonna keep stalking us?
We'll just need to keep an eye out on it. I told them where to find people to eat.
Good move.
She wanted to eat you.
You just hear Kyron's voice from behind the mask. Yeah, I heard.
Oh, if only she knew you were so rotten.
You hear Endymion say from one of the other masked figures, maybe they'd like that.
Maybe they would. My ladies. I'm just kidding. Come on, let's go.
So, with that, carrying onward. I need to run to the bathroom real quick, so if we can take an early break, or if I could just take a bathroom break, I'm going to go do that real quick. So,
I also need to go to the bathroom, so...
Break it is.
break it
Break.
is. Cool.
All
So,
right, tree's back.
Annie and Annabelle parted ways with your party, and
Can I see why they didn't attack us? Was it just because Aldrin was so charming?
I mean, you can make an insight check.
Cool. 11.
11. Probably.
I know that Noel's definitely going to be keeping an eye out. I mean, I'm sure we all will, but Noel's definitely not trusting that they're gone.
Sure. I mean, I'll say go ahead and give me a perception check then over the course of the rest of the today.
Not the best. 18 total.
18.
I guess that's fine.
Okay.
Aldrin is rolling, I assume.
I got an 18 too.
Oh, aw.
Well, hey, look at that.
Perception buddies.
So I think what is what's going to happen here
Oh boy.
is that for the first couple of hours after this encounter, things are fairly quiet. You guys are making decent progress, but close to noon, both of you would hear somewhere behind you the same sounds as this morning. And you're both probably just gonna look at each other and realize, like, yeah, you hear it too.
Annie? Is that you? The war camps are the other direction.
Noelle will turn around to see if she sees them again.
For a moment, again, you don't. But then, as you kind of begin to adjust, kind of refocusing, trying to kind of trick your eyes into seeing some sort of humanoid silhouette, you do again catch sight of this tree-like figure, kind of head poking out between the branches of another tree, an actual tree, whose eyes kind of light up, and you hear her voice in this kind of chuckle, just like, "Did I get turned around? Oh, gracious me. So sorry, Aldrin.
You sure did, my dear. It's that way.
Good to see you again, though.
Not behind and following us.
Ah, well. Forgive me. We seem to have gotten turned around in the forest.
What are they saying, Aldrin?
They said they got turned around.
Okay.
So if you just turn around 180 degrees.
Yes, right. That's
and you walk
right.
the other direction.
Of
you will be on
course.
the right path.
Thank you kindly. We didn't know it was you. We thought it was some of the ones you mentioned.
Do we see the other one?
You don't see her at the moment.
Lovely.
But you're gonna see her just kind of give you a little tentative wave, Aldrin. You'll see the hand kind of like rise up out of, this kind of tangle of branches, kind of becoming visible as a hand, and then wave, and she's gonna turn slowly and begin to trudge away.
I feel like as they walk away, he's gonna be like, "Please don't come back. I fear we might be at odds. It would be such a terrible shame if you're trying to eat the children."
They're just like, okay,
Water.
be extra sneaky, got it. I feel like Noelle might honestly interject here too. I don't know where the other one is, but I will use my. I have to burn a spell slot, but I'll
Well,
use my.
I was gonna try to have Aldrin do kind of like a persuasive, like, if you would fight us, you will lose.
Oh,
I really don't recommend it.
largely what I was going to do. So if you'd like to give it a shot,
Yeah.
go for it.
That's what Aldrin's gonna do. It's going to try to do it in a very nice, persuasive way, but also like seriously don't.
Okay, so
I don't want to deal with you.
you say this to them, and I mean this tree-ish woman, she like kind of pauses and kind of back over her shoulder says, "Aldrin, you wound me. I would never." Sure.
A 12.
She sounds genuinely hurt.
I am so sorry, my dear. I just don't. It's a precarious trip, and we just don't want to have any more problems.
Of course, I understand.
Plus, it would be such a like a waste to the beauty of this forest.
Truly a terrible loss.
A terrible.
New friends shouldn't be fighting.
Exactly.
And she'll give you one last wave and say, "Safe travels, Aldrin," and continue trudging on her way out of sight.
So they're gone for good, right, Aldrin?
As they're walking away, Noah, you will see the other one kind of peel out of like another little pocket of trees further behind her. She had been like obscured by the bulk of the first woman.
Great.
And she'll just kind of shoot one little look in your party's direction before she turns to follow Annie.
Yeah, they're totally gone.
Okay.
I'm very
I
persuasive.
have no reason not to trust you, and I couldn't understand what they were saying.
Well, I think they would be gone, but we should just keep a watch out just in case.
Oh, I will. Okay. Onward.
With that, are we still keeping watch for Annie and Annabelle?
I will
Yes.
probably be doing that.
I will too.
Just wait until we all get the nat ones.
I got a 23.
Okay.
Oh, damn, I rolled good. 25.
25. Okay. I think it's only gonna be like a half hour later. You guys are gonna hear footsteps behind your party. But these footsteps are moving at a much faster clip. These are not sneaky, stealthy footsteps.
Uh-oh.
These sound like a couple of people running through the forest.
I'll turn around.
Can we not? I really don't want
Is
to
it-
do this.
Is it them again?
All right, so turning around, you are going to see a couple of gnomish, gnome-adjacent looking creatures. These aren't red caps, but they are short in stature, pointed ears, largish nose, little white beards on their chins, and green-skinned. They're dressed in these kind of like rugged red, velvety looking clothes. Look like they've seen a lot of wear and tear over the course of whatever amount of time they've been out and about, and both of them look a little tired, to say the least. And as you all kind of round on them, like calling out Annie, you see both of them like jump, like, oh goodness, we did not see you there.
Are they Highwater?
You don't see any Highwater insignias on them,
Okay.
and they're dressed in red, for whatever that's worth.
Oh, hello, ones.
Yeah, they both kind of freeze when you see them. Like,
Are you being chased by giant tree people?
maybe.
Yeah, get in my bag. I'll talk to them, and I'll let you out. Pinky promise. And I'll say you guys went somewhere else.
They both look at you, and they look at each other, and then, you get the sense they're not 100% sold on that idea, because they begin running, not towards your party, but like off to your right, like deeper inland, away from the lake, kind of. Still kind of trying to push in the same general direction they were going.
Did you ask what they're running from?
Going sort of around you guys.
I did. That's the tree ladies.
Oh, did they say yeah?
Mm-hmm.
They said maybe.
Which I'm gonna say is a yes. They didn't want to be honest. He's like, okay, well, they're going to catch up with you. Good luck with your tiny legs.
Wait, what? Running?
Two little
Gnomes.
gnomes?
They look like
Gnomes.
kind of like gnomes, but they're green skinned, with little white beards and red clothes.
Very Christmassy.
It's not like, primary red and green. We're talking about kind of like a like a leaf
It's
green.
too late. It's in my head already.
All right, burgundy
Little
red,
Christmas gnomes.
whatever. Sure.
Okay, well, with our perception, do we see anything else in the following moments? Do we hear clumping of big tree footsteps chasing them down? And then like, oh no, don't eat me!
No, leave us alone. Yeah, so they run past your party. They keep going forward, and you just kind of watch behind you for a moment. You don't see any signs of pursuit. You don't see any sign of these women. Not that they've been particularly stealthy.
Nor hear anything, I presume.
Just the sounds of these tiny little people just through the trees up ahead of you before they fade from audibility, I guess.
It's been a weird day.
Well, that does seem to be the theme of the Feywilds. Onwards and forwards.
I guess so.
Okay. With that then,
It just occurred to me that whenever Burberry squats, it could be one of two people squatting.
We'll never know which one.
I think you'll notice if the shoulders drop versus like the waist.
Well, no, because the whole thing would just go down.
Yeah, it's just like a cylinder that lowers.
I think you notice where the
It's fine. They're too tough.
I mean,
they're too small
maybe?
people right now, so it doesn't matter. But
maybe I guess so.
thinking about it.
That's weird. Could make me think
I
of
think it
weird
depends
shit.
if they're wearing shoulder pads.
That's fair.
Well, I mean, there is actually like in his normal attire, like armor stuff to keep everything.
Oh, sure. Then yeah, probably. All right, well,
Weird butt bubbles that walk by. Onwards and forwards.
Onwards and forwards.
it's what Noelle and Burberry talk about on the walk. So when you crouch, is it the top one or the bottom one crouching?
Oh, well, it depends entirely on how far we need to crouch. Because if we need to crouch low, both of us crouch.
Right.
But if it's just like a slight indent, normally it's the person on the top because it's very hard to do squats with heavy things on your
Oh,
shoulders.
sure, because then you'd have to get back up. Makes sense.
But I never skip leg day.
No, you don't. I'm a little worried for the long-term health of your backs, both of you.
It's something we can't walk off?
Touche.
It's nothing you haven't been walking off this whole time.
Don't worry about it.
So, with that, I think the remainder of your day is probably fairly quiet. Not really a lot of anything happening today. I think you're probably going to make camp at a pretty reasonable hour, and find yourselves a decent spot to camp out. What do we got?
You said it was rainy today?
Today was. Yeah,
I
it was
do
rainy
recall
today.
that.
It was rainy today.
Could we camp at the top of upper side of a hill again? Because that seemed to get rid of the dog problem last time, just in case. Because the rain washed our scent away down the hill.
Yeah, that's true. Sure, yeah.
Keep an extra eye out for just an elevation change.
Find yourself a good elevated spot.
Yeah.
And I'll cast scrying about maybe a mile back.
Just a mile back.
Yeah, just basically see if any, should we be concerned about it?
Oh, interesting.
Following us from a distance.
Okay. So you get out your scrying mirror and focus your mind and find yourself being pulled a mile away to a place you passed through about 20 minutes ago. And as you begin to see this location in your mind's eye,
I'll probably pick one that has a less trees and more open. So that
sure,
way
fairly clear spot.
Yeah.
You begin to kind of pan around, and I'll say, go ahead and give me a perception check as you look around. 13. Okay. With a 13, you don't see much of anything. Not much of note, really. There's, maybe a couple of squirrels here. Maybe there's a deer in the distance over that way, but you're not seeing any people. Not seeing any tracks.
For the record, when
fairly quiet.
Whatever Burberry scry is, Barry's doing the serious I'm crouching over this mirror. Burr is sitting on his stomach, kicking his little feetsies like he's watching TV.
Sure. Fair enough. Yeah, okay. So on a 13, we're not seeing much a mile back.
I will not be concerned.
Okay.
Dome set up.
Dome's up.
I guess we'll start. Since we're getting close to Highwater, probably worth doing our double watch shifts again.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think you guys are at the 12.5 mark, if I'm recalling. Well, no, that's not right. It would have been 10.5 to 11.5, 11.5 to 12.5.
We're between 11 and 12 a day ago, I think. We're either between 12 and 13 or further than that.
I think you're at the... I want to say you're at the 13.5 thing, because we did... Or is it... 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we were at 10.5, so 1, 2... Yeah, so today you would be at in the middle of the 13 line on that map.
Okay.
So you guys are definitely getting close. So yeah, double watches then.
Yep.
Sure. Who's taking first watch?
I will.
Do it.
Okay.
Barnaby and Aldrin.
Oh, surely nothing's gonna go wrong.
Never mind.
Oh, what?
Wow.
Can't take a little criticism.
Just kidding. He's not happy though. 16.
There's just
16.
nothing to talk about.
I think Aldrin's just side-eyeing Barnaby.
Pick his nails.
I can tell you're doing that. I got a 20 in perception.
Oh, he's not being shy about it.
Well, as long as you know you're being a dork, I guess that's fine.
Doc, I am cleaning myself, unlike someone else.
Well, you should watch where you're cleaning. You're about to scuff a nail with all that side-eyeing you're doing.
I don't scuff ever. Because I can do this. And he's cleaned again. He casts prestidigitation.
Okay.
Do you sleep in your armor, Barnaby?
Barbary?
Barbary.
It's been a while since we had a Barbary.
The name's Barnaby, and yes, I do.
Okay.
What? Is that against some code that I don't know?
No,
Like
no,
not
do
eating
as you
deer?
wish. Do as. Oh my god. I'm not talking to you.
It was a month ago, dude.
He hasn't let it go in all
Barnaby
that time.
holds grudges, clearly.
Honest.
Oh, man.
Why do you ask?
Curious if you just marinated or not. If you ever decided to get clean ever in your life.
I take smoke baths, I told you that.
He like scrunches his nose up like.
It kills the bugs, it kills the the little wrigglies that you can't see.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay.
Just waiting for you to go, what are you? A bird / lizard / anything else that does sand math?
Look, if you tried to get on this armor, you'd understand why I don't want to take it off again.
I wear armor. I know the difficulties of putting on and off armor.
Well, not this armor.
Actually,
Wow.
the off part you kind of have taken care of.
Particularly onerous.
This has got some floaties built into it as well. That you try getting your arm through it without deploying it.
I bet I could.
Well, yeah, you're a lot tinier than I am.
I may be smaller, but I am mighty.
Salty spittoons.
So is Gumbo like your one true love or something?
What? I just like to cook it.
No, the little spinny thingy showing you to the Gumbo.
Oh, you mean that broken compass?
Yeah.
I mean, that was just pointing anywhere. Pointed off somewhere off in the distance. Where do you think that was?
It wasn't pointing at anything else at all.
It pointed out into the distance where there's nothing at all. Don't know why you kept it, honestly.
Oh, my simple friend?
I'll go with pleasured acquaintance for right now. How about that?
Yes, such a pleasure.
Bad day for Aldrin.
So... As for your watch results...
Please save us for some kind of horrible monster plot.
As Barnaby and Aldrin continue to bicker, Barnaby,
Yes.
you catch sight of some movement out to the west of the dome. kind of along this slope where you guys have sort of situated yourselves, kind of letting the rain wash your scent away. There is something that kind of darts through the brush. Probably about 60 feet out. It's just kind of like just at the edge of your like dark vision, where you've got like a real good clear kind of night vision situation. Some small thing kind of darts from a patch of brush to another.
If I squint, maybe get up and walk a little closer, can I see anything closer?
Do you want to leave the dome?
I'll poke my head out of it. See if I smell anything, hear anything better.
I'm gonna say as you do this, because you're looking through this rain, right? That's kind of coming down right now, and it's obscuring visibility. It's not actually. I just realized like it's not dark because it's the Feywild. It's never dark here.
Yeah.
So scratch that. Just at the edge of the haze of the rain, we'll say. You can see this thing that darted out across. You stand up, you look out, you kind of poke your head out of the dome. And you see you don't necessarily see what it was initially. Like it's obscured itself in brush, but you do see another creature kind of taking form in the haze as it moves towards the dome. And you would see this gray, fish-like, quadrupedal, doggish, sharkish creature kind of padding forward through the rain, its nose to the ground, this fish tail up in the air, kind of swaying back and forth as it walks.
I'm gonna stick up my gun through the bubble.
Aldrin's gonna see this and be like, "Don't you dare!"
Hey, I'm about to talk to it if you give me a gosh darn second.
Don't let it know we're here.
You're gonna see the dog fucking perk its little head up and start looking around.
You got one. I'm gonna speak in silent. You got one chance to tell me if you're alive or not. If you can talk or not, or I'm gonna be eating you.
Are you yelling to the dog creature?
Yes.
Okay. So you do this, and you see like the creature's like eyes like snap over towards you and the gun. It like cocks its head, and you hear this kind of gurgling like. And as it does that, it doesn't have an answer for you. It does not appear to speak.
Then I'll fire.
A language. Okay. Go ahead and
I made my instructions very clear.
Sure thing.
That's with sharpshooter, so that is a... Oh, that one might actually miss. That's a 15.
15 will still hit.
Alright. I'll take it. That is 31.
31. Oof, the big hit.
We're awake.
Yeah, everyone wakes up.
The Barnaby alarm clock.
And if it's still moving, I'm gonna fire again.
Yeah, like you shoot it, it like fucking rolls backwards from the force of the hit, like scrambling to keep its feet. Still alive, but very, very badly wounded, bleeding profusely from this wound.
Alright, time to put you out of your misery. That's net 20.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Give me some damage.
Alright. So that's with sharpshooter.
Yeah.
Let's see. 42 damage.
42. Yeah, how do you want to do this one? It's definitely dead.
Just right through the heart. Make it quick.
Okay. So,
Don't ruin the meat that way.
as you as it's scrambling to try and get away, get back to its feet, you pull the trigger again, and there's another resounding gunshot, and you watch as this thing just immediately collapses, just like stone dead, as soon as the shot connects.
We got breakfast settled.
I'm not eating that.
I think Noel sits up, bolts up. What's going on?
He shot the dog thing.
It's more of a shark fish-like thing, I thought.
The dogfish.
It really makes no logical sense.
Well, I'll let you all know I did ask it if it was sentient first before I shot it.
That was good of you. Thank
Is there
you.
anything else around?
Are they
I'm
going
about to
be
find out, and I'm
upset
gonna go
that
get
their
it.
dog didn't Come back?
What was that, Burberry?
Are they going to be upset that their dog didn't come back? And more importantly, is it going?
You just
Is it
cut
what?
out.
And more importantly, is it going to be delicious?
Well, I'm gonna find out one way or another. I'll go out of the bubble and go to get it.
Can I make a perception check if I stand up and take a look around?
Yeah, what are you looking for?
Any movements, like another dog, a dog owner, anyone around that might be affiliated with this creature?
Okay. I'll say give me a perception check then.
Okay, 21.
21. You don't see anything immediately nearby. But,
Yeah. Excuse me.
with a 21,
Yeah.
I think looking around, there does seem to be... Okay, two things. The first thing is that there is definitely some movement nearby. As Barnaby walks out to retrieve this corpse and starts dragging it back to the dome. Once his back is turned, you do see something in the brush scamper further away from the dome,
Okay.
deeper into the rain.
Gotcha.
Something small. The second thing you will notice is a very distant, faint sound. It's barely audible over the sound of the rain on the dome and the rocks and the trees around you. But you do hear what sounds like this series of distant warbling howls. This
Angered the pack. Okay.
Gave him a fair
there's a
shot.
series of those.
I think that.
And weirdly, they sound as though they're coming from much higher up, above you, in the distance. They're not
Okay.
level.
Noel would probably react pretty quick and grab Aldrin's hand. Come with me. I'm
Where are
gonna
we going?
cast Dimension Door. I'm gonna try and cut off this creature that was scampering away.
Oh, I thought we were about to make sweet, sweet love. Damn it.
I don't know why you're assuming that, Aldrin.
Darn it.
Just because I'm in this beautiful nightgown.
You look like moonlight, my little moon drop.
If only the moon ever came out here.
Can, sometimes.
Anyway.
Depends on the realm.
Anyways, Dimension Door.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try and I'm sort of guesstimating, but I heard something scampering off into the woods. I assume I have a rough direction. I'll try and put ourselves just a little bit ahead of where I would guess that would go.
Okay. With a 21, I'll say you've got a pretty decent bead on it, on its trajectory at least, even though like it kind of darts like behind stuff again. So you teleport out in that direction, and you emerge out under the rain. The dome drops behind you, exposing the rest of the party to the rain. You find yourself standing in front of one of those little green men from earlier that day, soaking wet, and wide-eyed as you suddenly appear in front of him. He like falls backwards onto his butt. He's like, "Oh goodness!
Alton, say something threatening.
What are you doing out here so far in the woods, little one?" Hammer.
Don't eat me, he said.
Max. What happened to the other one?
We got separated. I was trying to wait out the rain, and then that thing came by, and then something killed it, and there was a loud noise, and I tried to run, and then here you are.
Oh, it was trying to eat you?
I don't know if it was going to eat me, but... Are you going to eat me?
Do I look like I'm going to eat you? He looks like annoyed.
I mean, he kind of cocks an eyebrow a little nervously. Looks can be very deceiving out here.
I feel like he'll open his mouth and like, not that tea. Oh my god.
He like shrinks back away from you.
Aldrin, what's he saying?
Those two teleported away. They are like a good, probably 70, 80 feet from the party right now.
What?
I am not.
What's going on out there?
I am not going to eat you, but what are you doing in the woods in the first place?
Well, we were trying to get away from those nasty old ladies
The
back
tree
that way. Yes, those are the ones. He points up at you. You are the ones we passed earlier today.
Yes, we are.
Oh, I might be in luck then. Oh, he starts looking around nervously, kind of over his shoulder.
Everything in my heart wants to make insight checks, but I have no clue what he's saying.
Yeah, I will insight check him.
What are we?
Inspiration.
What are we insight checking?
I'm trying to figure out if what his story is if it's true or not.
Okay.
Is it a D10?
Yes.
22. With the bardic inspiration.
22.
Or if he's a very good actor.
He initially definitely struck you as panicked and scared. But in the short conversation you've had so far, you have noticed him continuously, like, looking back at you, kind of like, just eyes flitting in your direction, sort of almost like he's gauging your reaction.
Was this your dogfish thing?
No, not mine.
Insight check. 18.
No, that sounds like the truth. He very quickly follows up with, "I'd wager a guess it belongs to Highwater folk.
Are
They
you
keep
with Highwater?
hounds like that." No, not me.
Insight check. 11.
It's getting worse every time.
Sounds earnest.
I feel like he'll translate everything to Noel.
Yeah, why don't you have him come with us? We can ask him some questions and get a little more clear answers here. Seems like he's being very dodgy. We can provide a very safe space for him.
We have shelter, if you will want to get dry and out of the rain.
I wouldn't say no to a warm place to sit. He's kind of looking through the trees, like, where there's one of those hounds, there's sure to be more. You heard them, didn't you?
No. I was in such an engaging conversation earlier.
Perhaps we should move then. I don't much love the idea of disturbing around when they come looking for their friend. As he kind of looks around you towards your group where Barnaby has dragged the corpse of this fish dog.
Where did this guy say his friend went?
They got separated.
Oh,
In the
should I
woods.
find the other one?
Yeah, well, if he's just to get this moving forward, if he's willing to, we'll walk him back to the camp.
He seems a little nervous, and the whole time you're walking, he is, to Aldrin at least, saying, it's like, for what it's worth, I don't think we should be here. In the next few minutes, we should make ourselves scarce.
Oh, we'll be scarce. Get in the dome.
Well, the dome's gone. We probably should move. He's right about that.
Oh, the dome's gone?
Anytime
no one
I leave
stepped
it,
out
it
of it.
goes away.
Oh, gotcha.
The caster has to stay inside.
Got it. Didn't realize that.
Can I cast locate creature to see if the other one's nearby?
Yeah, I mean, that's totally within reason. I assume Aldrin then is sharing with the party as he approaches what the situation is.
Yeah. We could actually multitask this. If Burberry wants to do locate creature, we could start hiking around and looking for a new spot to set up camp for the next 10 minutes or however long.
Okay.
Probably a little longer than that, but we'll start there.
Okay. So then I'll say whoever wants to be in charge of finding a new campsite then, give me a survival check. And Burberry,
Oh my god.
you are casting locate creature to find the other little green man.
Yes.
Okay.
Noel will look for the camp. I have a +11 to survival. I don't
Damn!
remember when I got that, but I'll do this.
Probably whenever you got expertise.
I would
Yeah,
bet
must
it's
have
probably
been.
an expertise thing.
Oh, damn. 29?
29. Good campsite.
Apparently.
Okay. So you while Burberry is casting locate creature, you get this spell or this campsite found over the next couple of minutes. You kind of relocate to a new spot, and nice thicketed, good cover, pretty solid canopy overhead. So there's not really a lot of rain coming down on you either. It's relatively dry here too, so it's actually kind of comfortable.
Okay. I'm gonna
Good
burn
good campsite.
I'll burn a spell slot to make Layman's Tiny Hut just a little faster.
Okay. So while you do that, Burberry, you cast locate creature, and looking for the other little green man. Your spell is struggling to find purchase. You keep feeling it wanting to pull you back towards the little guy in front of you that you're looking at. But trying to kind of direct it further afield, trying to find the second one. You're not sensing anything nearby.
So there's not one within 1,000 feet besides this one?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get a little dark for a second here.
Okay.
I'll cast locate object for a goblet or whatever that is, corpse.
Okay. You cast locate object. You don't feel a corpse in 1,000 feet of you either.
Well, at least that's good.
So wherever he is, living or dead,
It's not within 1,000 feet of us.
There's not a little green man within 1,000 feet of you. Another one, at least.
Well, good news, bad news. His friend is not within 1,000 feet of us, either live nor dead.
No, dearie, no. Wait, no, that's... maybe good? Oh, I don't know.
No, it means he got a good distance away, at least.
He's even more lost than before. And you see him kind of nervously looking out of the dome, like around you. Says, thou should be coming any moment now. As he's kind of like trying to crane his neck and like look through the trees up towards the sky.
God, this guy is sus. AF.
He is.
Like, what's your story? What were you doing? What were you running from earlier today?
He was running from the people in the trees, he said. But,
He said maybe.
well, that's what he said again.
Can I roll an insight to see if he's actually concerned about this person who's missing?
Sure, yeah.
26.
26.
I don't pull my insight out very often.
But when I do...
Well, no, that's mostly Noel's.
Yeah, I mean, it initially sounds like, he's like kind of coming to grips like, oh, no, that's bad. Wait, no, that means he might be alive. No, wait, that sounds maybe good? I don't know. Like, there's some panic there at first. But I think you're starting to kind of get the same weird vibe Aldrin was picking up earlier. Like, there is an odd, like, attentiveness to your reactions as he talks. And at the same time, he does also seem genuinely distracted by them, whatever they are, these other fish dogs that may be coming. It's a little sus. As you make this insight check, Noelle, you wanted to say something, I think?
Oh.
I thought I saw you like raise a hand a second ago.
No, I'm just not sure how to handle this guy, that's all.
Okay.
He's very sus.
So, with that then, as you guys kind of reform the dome, you guys get yourself situated, you kind of start talking to this little guy a little bit. You would all hear this distant kind of gargling, braying sound, this like watery howling. And it's coming from overhead. And it kind of sails overhead and continues sort of back the way you guys came, back towards where that creature died, where you shot it, Barnaby. And through the trees, kind of like craning your necks a little bit, you can kind of see through the branches these small dark shapes wriggling through the air, descending down towards the ground. A good few minutes back from your current position. You count like 3 of them. And as they draw closer to the ground, you see 2 more joining them from another direction and descending down to your previous campsite.
Okay.
And then you lose sight of them through the brush. And you see the little green man. He's like watching that way, very warily.
I mean, I think Noelle would be watching that guy like a hawk.
Sure. I feel like he's probably like you're watching him, and he occasionally like feels that like prickle on the back of his neck. He like glances back at you, and kind of keeps watching. Looks back at you again, keeps watching. You know, just very on edge.
As far as anything specific to do, I think we just have to wait to see how close these dogs get.
Yeah. You guys sit.
Start skinning this thing now.
Just wait a little bit. The other ones go away, we don't have to worry about it too much.
Okay. You guys sit and watch and wait for 5 minutes. You hear the distant sounds of this braying, these hounds barking momentarily. Kind of quiets down a bit. Wait another 5 minutes. Intermittently, you hear the distant sounds of these creatures kind of calling to one another. And you also hear the sounds of voices. Fairly clear humanoid voices calling to one another in the distance. About the same distance as the sounds of these hounds. Another 5 minutes pass. And then 10. You do at one point see one of the hounds kind of amble into view, fairly distant from your current hiding spot, and just nose to the ground, tail in the air, just tracking its way through the brush. Totally the wrong direction, away from you guys. 5 more minutes pass. You eventually hear a distant whistle. You see that same dog reappear like a minute later, like fucking wriggling through the trees, just kind of sailing low over the ground, back towards it. And a couple minutes later, there is this sort of collective... As these things all in formation just start wriggling, sailing into the air, swimming away through the rain, and just kind of fan back out into the forest. And they just sort of fade into the haze of the rain, and before long, it's quiet again.
Okay. How's our little Nomi guy doing? Do you seem calmer? Or is he seem more nervous?
He was watching them very intently. Still kind of nervously checking over his shoulder as you're like just fucking eyeballing him. But as it seems like they are sort of going cold on your trail, they definitely, the little green guy seems to relax a little bit, and by the time they swim away, he's just kind of slumped to the ground. He looks over his shoulder at you, Noel, and says, "I think they're gone."
Can't understand you.
Like Adlar. Who are you?
Adlar.
You had a little Adlar twinge in there.
Oh.
This is Adlar now.
No!
I'm small and green, hello.
It's his catchphrase.
Don't put your goblin fetish on Adlar.
I'm not a goblin.
I know you're not a goblin. You're obviously some sort of gnome-ish thing.
He looks a little indignant at you. I'm a leprechaun, excuse you.
Oh, Gone. Did you have like a pot of gold in the woods?
Not around here.
Was it in a pond?
No. He like looks at you as you say that, like very transparently, like, no, my gold's not in a pond.
Definitely not. Yeah. Okay. Good. And never happened across anything like that.
No.
I'm gonna roll a deception check on that one. 21.
That one. He's like, oh, good, of course. Well, no, that's all well and good. Shouldn't be taking people's gold if you happen to find it lying around, after all. Kind of goes back to looking out the dome, just trying to make sure there's no fish swimming around.
Why are you in the woods in the first place?
Well, kind of a long story. I was visiting some family up northeast ways, up in the hills, and was on my way home, and happened to run across a couple of very fearsome ladies making their way westward. They seemed quite peckish. I am very small.
Light check. 2.
It's a 2.
He is quite
Aldrin
small.
has terrible
He
insight.
is small.
He is the worst person for this.
Sorry, I'm trying to think of... Okay, Noelle doesn't understand what this guy's saying, right? Because they're speaking in Sylvan, presumably.
Yes.
Okay, well, we're still trying to get a full night's sleep. I think this guy would mind terribly if we, tied him up.
Tied me up. Whatever
You
for.
can't understand what I'm saying. Well, you might be able to understand me. I don't know what language you speak. Do you understand me?
He's speaking in Sylvan. I mean, are you pulling out a rope?
Nope, I'm just talking.
All right. Well, he just looks at you with a smile on his face.
Think we'd mind if we tied him up?
What's she saying now?
Aldrin will switch to common. You want to tie up the little man?
Well, I see it as we have two options. We either keep him here so we can get a clear answer out of him, or we could let him go and hope he's not working with Highwater.
I'm going to ask you one more time. Are you working for Highwater?
One more time?
I'm going to ask him one more time. Are you working for Highwater?
No, goodness, no.
Take a bark inspiration.
Thank you. And I lost my dice 1 second.
I'm no warrior, just a traveler.
Didn't call you a warrior.
Oh, I got a nat 20.
Okay, that's probably what we needed. Throw that bardic inspiration on.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, he
Plus 9. 29.
definitely doesn't sound like he has any ties with Highwater.
Okay.
I think given his reaction to the events of this evening, that rings pretty true. You guys would know that you guys are pretty close to the border at this point. You guys are like kind of rounding the lake. You're heading south now. You're anticipating being on the edge of Highwater's realm within a couple of days here. You know there's probably camps nearby. He seems genuinely off-put by the prospect of running afoul of them. he does protest a bit too much for your natural 20. There is definitely a sketchy vibe coming off of this guy. And this little bit at the end is, I'm just a traveler. It's just like, okay. We're laying it on a little thick there, buddy.
So he doesn't work for Highwater, but it also seems like he works for Highwater. Is that what you're saying to me?
He doesn't work for Highwater, but he still seems sketchy.
He might have other allegiances that we would not get along with.
Who do you work for?
I don't work for anyone. I'm self-employed, really.
Insight check. That one.
An entrepreneur!
I'm about to just kill this guy because I'm just so annoyed by him.
Let's just tie him up. Say the word, Aldrin.
I feel like Aldrin's just gonna give him like a blank stare. I'm like, I'm so tired of this. Noel, do what you wanted to do.
What's happening now?
He can't understand me. I'll just cast Hold Person on him. Actually, can I do that in the dome?
The magic effect cannot pass through the dome.
Oh, okay.
So you couldn't cast it on somebody outside the dome, and they couldn't cast it on somebody inside the dome.
And I think I will burn in on settling words for this too.
And Hold Person.
I don't know if he counts. I assume he does, but if he's a gnome.
Okay. So what am I rolling?
That would be. Oh, sorry. So unsettling words. I'll just say like okay, we're getting real tired here, guy. That's a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. So 19 on the save.
That'll be minus 7.
Okay. So a 12 total,
Okay.
which would be a failure
Yeah.
if he was humanoid.
Okay.
So you cast a spell at him. And I feel like he probably feels there's some sort of magic, and he kind of gets to his feet, backs up a little bit. He's like, "I'm sorry, man. What is all this?"
He
He looks a little nervously between you and Aldrin.
Noel also looks very nervous all of a sudden. He's not what he appears to be. That magic would work on a gnome. I assume that's my takeaway here.
So you're saying I can shoot him?
Levels the gun.
1 second. Please don't do that.
All right.
What is Aldrin doing? For what it's worth, he did say he was a leprechaun earlier.
Well, the rules of humanoid are dumb.
Wait, I would have heard that.
Would hold monster work?
Does this look familiar? I get out the pot.
Yeah, hold monster works on whatever the hell you want.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'll cast hold monster then.
$21.
Yeah, that'll save.
Okay, so 2 spells on him. He's like, I'm out of here.
Does this look familiar? One moment, if you please. I'm gonna pull out the.
Okay, Barnaby, if you're trying to like delay him, I'm going to say give me a persuasion check with disadvantage because he's had
All right.
2 spells cast on him in 6 seconds.
Let's see. Persuasion.
Persuasion. Never heard of that before.
The act of convincing someone else. Probably not. That's gonna be a 7.
Yeah, no, he's
I got
turning,
a golden cauldron.
He's bolting out of the dome into the rain, into the forest.
This gonna be an initiative roll?
If you guys were wanting to push this, yeah.
Yeah.
I can shoot him.
Yes.
All
We'll
right.
see who gets in first.
17 for Aldrin.
Damn.
This guy's been sus. This guy's keeping us from our beauty sleep.
Let me see here.
1 of 4.
16.
I get advantage.
18 on John, 24 on Barnaby,
18 for Noel.
18 for Noel. Aldrin had what?
17.
17. Barbary,
16.
16. Damn, you guys all rolled really close together. Kyron and Dimian. Jesus, buddy.
How many lost emeralds does it take to kill a leprechaun?
Let's find out.
Yeah, alright, Barnaby, go for it.
Shoot. That is a...
Stands up, levels his gun at this fleeing leprechaun.
Where's your pot of gold?
Maybe there's another pot of gold that didn't get squished. It's gonna be a 25 to hit.
25 will hit.
Alright.
Just out of curiosity, was that picturesque glade at the end of a rainbow?
It was in a beam of sunshine.
Hmm. Good to know.
I didn't use sharpshooter on this one. I didn't know how wriggly he is.
Okay.
So that is gonna be a... One of 3.
23 damage. Okay. You shoot this leprechaun in the back. He like stumbles as he's running away, and you hear a very different voice coming out of this creature. Oh shit, you bastard! And the
Oh, he's got a much deeper voice than I
the
thought he
leprechaun's
did.
body begins to contort as you watch this tiny green man suddenly grow into this ambling tree woman.
I fire
Fucking
again.
Knew it.
Go for it.
That is gonna be 21 to hit.
That'll hit.
1 of damage.
20 damage. Okay. All right. So 2 shots to the back, and one of these tree ladies, Annie or Annabelle, is fucking bleeding profusely, scrambling to get away. Still alive.
Don't make me come back and finish the job.
This was a terrible idea. You just hear her shouting over her shoulder through the rain.
Agreed.
Well, now I know my spell was having issue getting on anything.
Yep.
Are you still pursuing
I
her,
mean,
or are we
is
just
this-
letting her fuck off?
It depends whose turn is next, probably.
Kyron and Noel. Kyron's got his crossbow out. He's like, can I shoot her?
Fine.
Fuck yes.
And Dimian, you can shoot him too.
Kyron missed. You just see her like cover her head with her big ol' hands as she's running. Noel, what do you got?
Anything I do is gonna drop the dome. Although we're gonna have to move again because of the gunshot.
And the tree lady can get inside.
Oh yeah. Ah, fuck it. I'll drop concentrate. I'll drop the dome. I guess I willingly drop the dome.
Step outside and
Let's do. I'll just yell out there, "You should not have come back," and I'll cast Hold Monster, and I'll use another unsettling words for this.
that's a fucking 4.
Okay. -4.
Okay, it's a fat. I think 2 total is her save. You just hear her like, I was hot. And she freezes like mid-stride. Hands over the back of her head. just frozen out in the rain.
Go have your fun, guys.
Uldren?
You got 1 minute.
Okay. Okay, cool. So it won't break concentration if...
If you damage her? No.
Yeah.
Hold monster and hold person are made for wailing on people.
Cool. So he will do his phase step, and she'll just take 5 damage automatically from that. And then he will roll to hit with his hammer.
You have advantage because she's paralyzed.
Yep. 25.
That'll hit.
Does that crit because she's
It
paralyzed?
is an auto crit.
Perfect, and I'll use my last 5th level spell to rain hell on this lady.
Okay.
Couldn't let it go, Flit.
I mean, come on. 4 delicious children? You've got plenty to spare. You don't need all of them.
So that would be
I hope you're learning a lesson today.
2.
Tree lady.
It's just 1 extra d8 per level, right?
Yes.
So
So
that'd be 14,
14 d8.
15 d8.
Jesus. Well, no, it should be an even number because it's doubled for the crit.
Oh yeah, you're right. So 16 d8. Cool. Even better. Thank you, DM.
I know my smite.
Alrighty, that's the number. Plus 9. So how would be brain too big of number? Help. 82 damage.
How do you want to do it?
Just crush.
Just fucking smashes down with the hammer. There's another blinding flash of radiant light. And when your eyes readjust, it is just like a puddle of fucking goo at Uldren's feet. And very distantly, out in the trees, you hear this pained, anguished voice scream, "No!"
I told you to leave, and if you don't, you will die.
You can see one of the other tree women just wailing. She's probably like 100 feet out from your little hut. Anything else, Uldren?
I feel like he'll be like, leave now, or I will kill you too.
She's probably turning and running.
And don't fucking come back.
Yeah, she's running. So unless you guys are pursuing,
No.
Uldren
I'm
is
not
like,
gonna.
let's keep fucking moving.
I feel like we should have just done this 8 hours ago.
We should have.
Just
Just
kill
dragged out so fucking much. Ugh.
All right.
if you meet anyone on the road in the Feywild, just fucking kill
It
them.
was the one. It's the fact that she wanted to eat babies. That was just like, I feel like we could probably dispatch this one.
It's fine.
Okay. Come on, kids. Time to wake up again.
I missed.
Let's
Kyra's
go.
cracking up his crossbow.
Let's go find another campsite.
All right.
Hey, I did let you fire it.
Didn't hit anything. You took the whole.
Doesn't that mean a long rest? We have to start all over again.
Yes.
If you go for another hour, I guess it's been
I mean, we've had to
half
move
an hour.
already at once.
Yeah.
You didn't move super far though. You were still like within rough eye line of your last campsite, but it was far enough away that they weren't able to find you.
I thought it just had to be strenuous movement.
Wasn't a straight hour of travel or essentially activity that would reset a long rest.
Would be combat.
Yeah. An hour of combat would take a while. I don't know. We might have to move quick in finding our next campsite. That's all. We want to not lose this long rest.
Children, how are you doing?
I mean, we barely got to sleep, so fine.
Come here. I'll carry you.
I can walk.
Come here.
We still gotta skin this thing yet.
You can
Come
skin
further.
it at the next camp.
All right.
John's perfectly fine. When we
So
get to the
I'll-
next location, he'll just take over watch.
Yeah,
I
I'll
still
say
gotta watch the finish.
if you guys want to hike for another half hour, you could probably resume a long rest without interruption. But you're only going to get about a mile away from this spot.
Okay.
So it's up to you how far you want to go.
We will try to resume our long rest.
Okay. I'll say give me a survival check then, whoever's finding the new campsite.
I'm pretty good at those.
I can
apparently.
try.
We'll both roll one, John. We'll see who gets better. Oh, it might be you. 18.
18?
20.
20. Not as well covered as your previous spot, unfortunately, but being a mile away is probably cover enough. You are able to find yourselves a relatively level patch of ground, it's relatively dry. It's just a little bit more open than the previous spot, but it's still not bad. You know, it's just fucking hag things keep fucking sneaking into your bubbles and fucking up your rest. It's just terrible. Fucking, I'm ready to go to bed. So you guys hunker down, put up your dome, and
I'll burn another spell slot for the dome too.
sure,
I'll keep watch.
resume your rest. So yeah, John, go ahead and give me a perception check then.
Okay, so that would be perception. Plus 6, so that is. I can't math. 24?
24. Okay. And with a 24, I think the most you would really notice over your watch, and honestly, you probably heard a bit of it towards the end of your little hike to your new campsite. There would have been some distant kind of braying in the distance, some howling. And you would have heard a little bit of that at the beginning of your shift, but it would have let up within half an hour and gone quiet, and it would just be the rain. And your watch is going to pass without too much incident. It's going to be quiet, painless, chill.
I think I'm just going to finish out the watch until everybody's had enough rest.
Need to finish skinning this thing before I go to bed. Plus, it's still technically my original watch, if I recall correctly.
It was all on your watch originally, yeah.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, if Barnaby, if you're staying up, you're probably going to be sleeping in late in the morning.
That's fine.
And John, I mean, if you're doing the same thing, if you want to keep watch while everyone else gets a long rest first, that is
The
doable.
food will be nice and slow cooking by then.
I'm at full HP. I've got full everything, so I honestly don't even need one.
And the only risk you're running is exhaustion.
With my 10 plus 10 Constitution save.
It's a risk. That's all I'm saying.
Also, never get excited about how high your numbers are. That the hard way so many times.
No, it would be the first time I've actually gotten exhaustion.
But but it's jinxing yourself. The minute you say, "Oh, I have a pretty good insert stat here," you're guaranteed to get somewhere between a 1 and a 5, my friend.
You mean John could actually have an exciting fight where he's not at like 100 health?
That could be arranged.
I would be happy to facilitate that battle.
I would relish the opportunity. So, yeah, if John's staying up, then go ahead and give me perception for... We'll just have one more for the rest of your shifts. Basically, like,
Would be a nice.
two more shifts.
That'd be a 19.
19. Okay. It's going to be more of the same. 19 is going to show you a quiet, rainy night, or evening, perpetual evening, as it always is here in the Feywild. And you are just kind of chilling as Barnaby skins this shark dog and gets it prepped up for whatever he's planning. And
I'm gonna cook a haunch first while I'm disassembling the rest of it. I want to see if it's actually good.
All right. Get a fire going in the dome and start cooking.
Did this one have a collar like the other one from last time?
It did. Same
Does
kind of
that have a
spiky
little name
collar.
tag?
There's no name tag.
Oh.
Just a spiky leather collar.
I wanted one that said Fido.
You want to eat Fido?
Fido was his name. Oh.
Does this at least count as a? I assume this at least count as a John.
Yeah. So 6 hours later, after you guys make camp, the rest of you will be able to wake up without issue if you want to, and wrap up the long rest with 2 hours of light activity, or you can stay asleep. Doesn't matter. John, are you tagging someone out then at this point?
If they're fine, if somebody else is awake, I'll tag them in.
Okay.
I can
Take
take the morning watch. That's fine.
Okay.
Is the haunch edible?
It is. It's interesting.
Gonna need some seasoning.
Well, it texturally it's odd. It's flaky like a fish, but it's tough like red meat. It kind of comes apart in these like it's almost like it's pre-cut like fajita meat in a weird way. Very, very strange, but weirdly convenient.
So it's like wet jerky.
Kinda, yeah.
Barnaby, were you up all night?
No.
Okay, well it's the morning and I'm on watch and you look like you haven't slept.
I look up at the sky. Oh yeah, I guess it doesn't really change light. Hard to tell.
You made a lot of progress.
Yeah, I got some food cooking. Should be ready in the morning.
Actually smells pretty good.
I mean, Noel, you're gonna have to like re-up the dome just to make sure it stays up while everyone finishes their rest. But
oh, right, I can do that. I can do ritual casting for this one.
Yeah. If you want to give me a perception check then, while Barnaby and John get their sleep for the long rest.
Pretty good. 24.
24. Okay. It is an uneventful morning. Pretty boring, honestly. This is one of the longer nights of rest you guys have taken, just because you guys have kind of broken it up that way. 12 hours in total in the dome. So probably like...
minus an hour in the middle there.
It was pretty early in the rest, honestly. Like it was within like the first hour, the first watch.
Yeah.
That this all popped off. So, you know, it probably would have been like 8:30 or 9 to I guess 9 in the morning. Give or take. By the time things wrap up. As the long rest finally comes to a close, no incidents having befallen you since last night. You are all awakened to a delicious smell emanating from Barnaby's cookware over the fire, where he has been preparing this shark dog. However it is he's doing it.
Ooh, breakfast.
Noel's stomach is just rumbling our whole watch. It smells really good.
So yeah, you guys can have breakfast.
Okay.
And once you're ready to break camp, I don't think there's really any risk of the smoke from the fire really being a signal, because the dome's catching it and keeps the air comfortable and breathable.
Where are we at on the tracker now?
You guys should be about halfway through the 13.
Oh, okay.
So with a day of travel, you'll be within a half day's journey of the border by your estimation.
All right. Let's have breakfast and get moving.
Okay.
Getting close to Highwater. I
Gotta
assume.
keep a good eye out. So, today, the rains continue for a decent part of the morning before a very strong wind from the south begins to blow the clouds well clear of this stretch of lands. And with the haze of the rain lifted, you are able to make out a little bit more about your surroundings. Whether you realize it or not, you guys have more or less circled the lake. You are now on the east bank, working your way south. And you're beginning an uphill climb, where before you had been kind of like up and down along the slopes, kind of circling the river, or the lake. You are now definitely climbing uphill away from the lake through the forest. And kind of looking back over the valley, like looking down into the land you're kind of passing out of, you can definitely see the ribbons of smoke from distant campfires and whatever encampments that they may signal, kind of dotting the landscape off to your sort of northwest of your current position. Looking ahead to the south, it's a little bit harder to make out. I guess I'll ask for a perception check here. We'll just clarify how much it is you're able to see.
21 again.
21.
13.
13. With a 21, I think, with the wind clearing the sky of any cloud cover, the remaining smoke, from the fires to the south of you are visible now, and they are more plentiful, I think, than you would like to see. But, looking at the sky, trying to gauge just how much fire, how many people that might signal, I think you probably would guess there's probably less on this side of the lake than on the eastern side. So for the time being, this feels like it was a safe decision.
Okay. Who else
As
a
the day-
genius?
We'll see if that holds up as the day continues.
I'm sure it will.
As you draw closer to the border over the course of this day, you can see kind of through the trees, like up ahead in the southern sky, the faint lights of a deep blue aurora that kind of hangs over the mountains ahead of you, much like it did over Deep Home, much like it did over the Oral Vale. You can definitely tell, like, you are close. But even so, there are those ribbons of smoke kind of cutting a trail in between you and that aurora. And I think as you continue to climb, the tree cover begins to grow sparser. The land is still rocky. You're still kind of winding your way uphill, up a pretty rocky set of terrain here. And in places today, there are signs of a path. You do occasionally, come out of the forest at, say, the corner of this like paved stone road that is just kind of like zigzagging its way, snaking up through the hills and rocks towards that aurora. And every time you see it, like the 2 times you do today, you definitely steer well clear of it. But that paved road is definitely a sign that there are most likely eyes in your presence, in your vicinity. And I think that because of that proximity, I am going to need stealth checks from the party just to see how well you guys are avoiding the notice of the various sorts of folk who might be in the vicinity here.
Wait, I have advantage.
How'd we do, Aldrin?
Terrible.
Yeah?
John.
What was that from John?
21.
21.
19.
19.
I'll just wait.
I got that minus 10. 9.
Minus 10?
19 minus 10. 9.
Wait, how's it minus 10?
I was saying going off of Noelle's roll where she said 19.
Oh, got it.
21.
21.
3.
Whew. 2 failures.
And 3 successes,
3 successes.
presumably.
That was a failure for one of the kids. It's not great.
Does anybody have inspiration?
I do not.
Okay, yeah, neither do I.
I do if anybody needs it.
Oh, I would love to not roll a 3. Can I use it?
Okay.
Please.
Alright.
Hey, that's pretty good. That's a 17.
That's a lot better than a 3.
That's way
That is a lot
than
better than a 3, for sure.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, so you guys happen upon this road a couple times during the day, and the second time that you do, you kind of wander out of the woods and find that paved path kind of winding its way through the rocks away from you up towards what appears to be a pretty well fortified little checkpoint. This sort of small stone fort kind of straddling the road. Kind of reminds you of the checkpoint outside of the city of Deepholm, kind of along that mountain path where you guys were given your little pins marking you as visitors to the city. And in the brief moment where you guys do catch sight of this little fort, I think all of you would definitely be able to notice that there are people manning it. There's definitely a garrison here. There are people kind of moving about outside the fort, kind of tending to, rebuilding the road, replacing some of the flagstone. There's some people tending to some of the trees nearby, deforesting for lumber. And there's people on the walls keeping watch. And there's definitely a scramble, I think, when you kind of stumble upon it to backtrack and get back into the cover of rougher terrain. And I think as you guys are backpedaling, that Aldrin, you're like about to stumble, you catch yourself and kind of push forward, just trying not to make too much noise. Barnaby, there's definitely some like clattering of plate mail a little bit, despite you trying to be as quiet as you can. And you guys like immediately pivoting here is definitely going to be, the kids are a little slow on the uptake there. They take a moment to kind of like adjust their course and catch up to you all. I think that given how close these checks are, I'll say you guys are going to have an advantage on this, as you're going to hear Aldrin and Barnaby are going to be able to understand this. There's a voice that kind of calls out, what is it, boy? What do you see? And you're going to hear the sound of one of those hounds kind of grumbling and baying behind you as you guys are kind of scrambling over rock to try and hide yourselves again. So I'll say let's make another group stealth check unless somebody has a different tactic here that they would like to take a stab at to deal with this man and dog that may discover you.
I have a thought that maybe lying would get this guy off our back. Sorry, I'm looking something up real quick.
I feel like.
Hmm?
Sorry, what were we gonna say?
Your armor has like a crest of your house on it, right?
Yes, it does.
Well, that makes things more difficult.
But he has a cloak. He'll.
Okay.
It's brisk today. So chilly.
I think we might be able to lie our way out of this. I'm trying to think if we have anything on us that explicitly outs us before
Children?
I commit to this. Well, we have 4 masked individuals who are small. Fuck it. Okay, Noelle's going to turn into and use the disguise armor very quickly. Someone who looks like they are related to Thandrir.
Okay.
A very similar kind of elven face, maybe a little bit darker hair, but more handsome.
Okay.
Aldrin will use prestidigitation to change his hair color as well. To brown.
Okay.
Burr will take off his face mask.
Oh, what's your
Okay.
plan?
So they
I
think
mean,
it's
it
dragon
could be
people.
for kobolds.
I was gonna say, so I'll just pitch this. We're just quickly whispering. Okay, I was thinking. Noel wraps an arm with Aldrin. You're my husband. These are our kids. Those are our bodyguards.
It's finally happening. Let's do this.
Gotta put this back on then.
Whatever you think makes more sense.
Wait, are you a girl elf or a male elf?
I'm a male elf.
Perfect.
You would have said perfect no matter what I answered.
I feel like he's like, am I top or you top?
We'll figure that out afterwards.
Wait, I know I need to know for the dynamic.
I mean, come on, I'm definitely the top.
Oh, fuck yes. Perfect.
We're both still on the ground. What are you talking about?
Yes, my dear, whatever you desire.
Okay.
There we go.
I'm gonna turn to the room.
I'm gonna.
Go.
What language was the guy speaking in?
Sylvan.
Oh, but do you speak Sylvan?
I speak Elvish, which I'm an elf.
Okay. Tongues for you. Poke.
Tongue? Okay. Tongue, quick. I will.
Oh, right now? Okay.
No.
Not you.
Not you, Trevor.
Oh.
Okay. I guess I will quickly sort of, while we're whispering, I'll just lay this out to the party. I really did not have time to think about this, so what brainstorming, super fast brainstorming. Why are we traveling?
Not traveling because
Looking for
we
my brother.
We're looking for your brother, or maybe we're like we lost our caravan. We're trying to find them.
All right, we'll work through it in the moment.
Are we near any? Or wait, we're in a.
Oh,
forest
we
area,
could say
right?
that our house was destroyed in the conflict, so we're resettling. That's why we have all of our bags.
Uh,
I feel like that's pretty good.
Hello? Is someone out there?
That's fair.
You're hearing a voice calling. Burberry, what are you saying?
I was gonna say, well, can Kyron make people invisible, but dogs are stiff base, so
Yeah.
There is that. Yeah.
I was asking if we're in a forest area, right?
We're
The
like
forest
a-
is thinning out, but there is still some trees. Yeah.
So no. You know me and my questions. Are there any lovely big rocks that I can play with?
Lots of rocks. It is very rocky on this slope as you're working your way uphill.
You wouldn't have to if you don't want to.
I know, but I could also shove a child into it.
Any opportunity to shove a child into a rock, Burberry will take it. I mean, it's up to you. Your call. Do what you want.
I can only do it to one person, so.
Oh.
Leave it be.
So Noel will speak in Elvish. Hello?
It doesn't take concentration.
To shove someone into a rock?
No, that's not a concentration spell.
Then I'm gonna shove 2 children into rocks.
You just take Kyron and Demi and just hold still, don't breathe. And they just sink into a fucking stone nearby.
Just fucking carbonate them.
What did you do with the children? Children?
They're fine. And both parties will take off their masks and just cling to their various parents.
Okay.
So, you guys have sort
there?
of been... yeah, you hear this voice calling out to you.
Yeah, we're kind of climbing back over the hill that we ducked behind. Hello?
Who's there? And you see one guard wearing the blue and white tabard over silver scale mail, very similar to Thandrir's clothing. And in front of him, there is one of those little weird shark dogs that is kind of excitedly wagging its tail as it kind of like stands bow-legged, looking at you, cocked head.
Oh, thank goodness. Good to see a familiar face out here.
Hail and well met, travelers. Do I know you?
I don't believe we've met. Pleasure. My name is Thandrew.
Deception check.
Well, 23.
A pleasure to meet you, Thandra. He strides forward, kind of like cradling a spear in his hand. He says, "Are you from some of the outlying settlements, then?"
Indeed, I am.
Ah, well, you have the look of what's the fellow's name?
Oh, Thandrew.
That's the one.
Yes, we do have quite the family resemblance.
No, I certainly see it. Yeah, no, he's with forward reconnaissance right now. Actually, he's not in Kingdom. Last I heard, at least.
Well,
You're not looking for him, are you?
A bit of unfortunate news on that front, it would seem. I've been trying to get a hold of him for the last few days. I haven't heard anything.
Really?
No sending, no animal messengers have gotten through. Have you heard anything about Thandrew?
No, I mean last I heard he was in forward reconnaissance. I typically don't hear from anyone out in the woods until they return. They're typically pretty incommunicado.
Oh, I'm sorry. What is your name, by the way? I didn't catch that.
Oh, Rimian, at your service.
Rimian. Nice to meet you.
Sergeant Rimian, yes.
Rimian, this is my...
This is Butch. He pets the shark.
Butch, I'll lean down and pet it. Or sort of try. I'll put my hand out. You know, it's like a dog. I'll let it sniff me first.
Yeah, I mean... You definitely sense there's something very off-putting about these things. There's almost this like weird jerky, like, I want to bite, but also this tongue lolls out, much longer than a dog's tongue should be, as it kind of wraps around your hand before back into its mouth.
Playful.
So cute.
This is my husband. Feel free to introduce yourself.
My name is Yuri. It's nice to meet you. It's a pleasure. This is my husband, Bill.
Thank you. Grab you kind of like low around the butt.
Yeah.
I've never said he had a brother-in-law. Give me a deception check, Yuri.
With advantage, because I gave him a butt pat?
With advantage. More because you've already succeeded one lie so far.
It's really everything to do with the butt pat.
19.
19. Okay. Yeah, I mean, he's just like, Andrew never mentioned he had a brother-in-law. Well, good to meet you, Yuri. Well, as I said, Thandra is not in in Kingdom at the moment. But you're traveling then? Planning to see the sights?
Like I said, we were. I was trying to get a hold of him, and we hadn't heard back, so we figured we'd take a look around the lake. Been traveling for a few weeks now.
Not much out that way, I'm afraid. Although I've heard some rumblings. There was some incursion a couple nights ago. Heard some
Incursion?
folk.
What kind?
Well, there was a call out from the tower, and he just kind of gestures absentmindedly out to the east, and said they sighted some strange folk along the shore. There was some great beast wandering into the lake, and not too far off.
That one I did hear.
Oh, well.
A massive creature seems to have wandered into the lake. I heard it from our campsite miles away.
Yes, I was in such a fright, but
Oh.
my dear calmed me down.
I just sing him back to sleep.
Charming. Yes, well, at any rate, they sent a call out to get some search parties out to investigate, but yeah, they've been looking for the past 2 nights and haven't found anything, so could have been a false alarm. Or they could be among us as we speak.
Oh, I would certainly
the thought.
hope not. That would be so frightful.
Well, don't want to delay you too long. I'll just take a look at your papers and then we can send you on your way.
My dear, you packed the papers, didn't you?
Let me take a look-see. I'm sure they're in here somewhere. I'm just gonna start haphazardly throwing papers out of my bag.
Burberry's
So you dropped all these. He's like starting to like help you pick them up.
DM, I'd like to stealthily take out my gun and have it ready. Not armed, not pointed, but ready.
You can't do stealth, Barnaby. Don't do this, please.
I got good sleight of hand, thank you.
Burberry's gonna do his best child voice. He's gonna tug on one of their pant legs. Gonna go. You left it on the counter at the house.
Did we? Oh, my little sugar plum.
Thank you,
I think
Billy.
you're right.
His eyes go wide. Billy, that is a cursed name.
Why do I always default to that? I'll give you a pat on the head. Oh, you're absolutely right. I remember now. Oh, I'm kicking myself.
I'm gonna give you a deception check for this.
Burberry or me? Sorry.
I'm gonna say Burberry for this one. That was Burberry's pitch. I'll give him advantage since y'all are backing it up.
I got a dirty 20.
Dirty 20? Okay.
Jesus fucking Christ, guys. All right.
What's wrong,
Because
Boober?
I'm small and have
yeah.
a weird lizard face.
Oh, fussy papa.
Look at the gump.
Oh.
Grumpy.
I mean,
He's hungry.
my gup is being dirt.
Oh.
Grumpy.
If only they could see each other. The things they would say.
Oh, humans are
The
terrible
things they would
people.
hiss.
Yeah.
Meow.
He's a whiner. He won't hiss.
You're
No, this one will.
He won't. I'm saying he's a whiner. Anyways. Oh, baby. So, this guy, I think, says, why didn't you grab it, boy? As he looks at you, like, incredulously. You know, those are important.
Mama and Daddy and Daddy don't like it whenever I share important papers.
It's true. He has ruined a few, and we've had to pay for
Bit
it.
of a rambunctious streak in that one, you understand?
Yes.
Sorry.
I have 3 at home. I'm not unfamiliar.
Oh, what are the names?
Oh, Doyle,
Doyle?
Gamely, and Jerem.
Those are lovely names.
Short for Jeremy Mime.
I see why you shortened it.
Yes, well, this is grandfather on his mother's side, whole thing. Anyways, precious kids.
Yes.
Unfortunate about the paperwork. I suppose if
it's any
Check in
consolation,
with-
if you are able to get a hold of Fandreer, he can vouch for us, of course.
if you hear from him before I do, if I could just send him our way, have him send a note our way, just something signing off on your identity. We'd certainly appreciate the heads up, but I don't want to take up your time too much longer. You lot were wandering quite a ways off the road. You do realize there is a road back into the heartland.
There
Yes.
were big tree people that wanted to eat us, so I don't.
Oh,
Oh no,
yes.
we can't have that, can we?
We're fraught with a few encounters along the way, unfortunately.
Well, I'm happy to see you are no worse for wear, at least.
We're very fortunate to have such a capable and loving family.
Warms the heart.
Hmm.
Well, if you take the road, you are sure not to miss the gates. Quite a sight if you've never seen them before. Certainly recommend you give them ample time to take the whole thing. It's quite something.
Yes. Well, I suppose we will keep moving then. Thank you again for being so understanding.
You have a wonderful,
Don't tell
safe
anyone,
trip.
right?
Of course not. Your secret is safe with us.
Good. This would be all of our heads if it got out. So
Come along, Billy, Avalon, and our 2 guards.
Yes,
Noelle's
husband,
gonna
let's go. You'll get
Noelle's
up
gonna
on
get a
tap.
whisper that says, "We have 8 hours in the rock, but I probably should pull them out at some point."
I feel like Olden would be like, another butt tap would make me feel a little better, dear husband.
Noel's gonna smack it.
Burberry will actually send a message to
the guard is very uncomfortable. He's gonna start turning away. He's like, well, as you are.
Burberry's actually going to send a message to Kyron and Endymion that said, "We're waiting for the dogs to clear. Please stay in the rocks for now. We'll come
Okay.
get you when we can."
Just go grab the rocks.
I don't know, like, he's got hunting dogs. I figured investigate the area.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess,
And they have 8 hours, so the dogs will come and go in that time. And that's right, Plet. I said hours. It's a long spell.
I guess message would get through to them, because it'll go through a foot of stone, but I'm gonna say their answer's really muffled, just because they're
funny.
behind this fucking stone and Benjamin's like, "Did you guys hurry? It's really dark in here. And dusty. Hard.
It's dusty.
It is not.
Hello?
Plenty of time.
Hello?
Alright.
So, the guard is taking his dog back towards that little fort along the road.
Okay.
They are not paying you too much more mind at this point.
I feel like we would probably, if we had an opportunity, just try and grab Endymion and Kyron out of the rock. Rather than just leave them
I
behind.
feel like Burr would just look up at freaking Noelle and go, "Did I do good, Daddy?"
Quite good, Billy. Good work. Here, I'll give you a gold star sticker.
Very just.
So, yeah, you guys are gonna go pull Kyron and Endymion out.
Oh, look, it's my real children. Oh, how I've missed you, my little nuggets. And he'll hug them.
Endymion, I think, is gonna chime in. It's like, should we be invisible for this part? I feel like
Yeah,
if
probably. I'll go back
Probably.
to Noelle.
For a little bit.
Okay. Kyron, and Kyron's like, yeah. Just fucking.
I I mean, I could stick you in rocks again instead if you'd prefer.
They turn invisible. Kyra just reaches over, grabs them, and they both.
All right, let's
Cloak
go.
up.
Let's go.
Okay. So, are we still clambering over rocks, or are we going to get on the road at this point?
Probably get on the road for a little bit, just so the guy sees us on the road. I guess I'm not switching back to Noel yet. I'll be Thandrew until we're out of eye line of the guard station.
Andrew.
Thandrew, sorry.
So you guys begin traveling along this paved road now, and pass through the two gateways of this little fort that's like kind of straddling it along this bend in the road. And there are some guards that kind of give you a little wave, and you see the one fellow you spoke with. He'll just kind of like raise his spear to you, just kind of a gesture as you pass by, and his dog sitting next to him just this gargled bark as you meet his eyes again. And before long, you're now moving along the switchback slope above this little fort, continuing onwards, up and up. Say within a couple of bends, you guys are probably decently enough out of eyesight of this particular fort, although you can definitely see that there are more kind of dotting the slope up ahead. You can see a handful of checkpoints in your route if you were to stick onto the slope, and there's kind of trees just kind of like scattered across this whole area that provides some cover, but it's definitely not as thick as it was.
When we have a decent distance from the one and a decent distance to the next, I think that's when we start to duck off the road. And
all right. Then I'll say give me another stealth check from the party.
I don't know if this lie is going to work every time.
19.
Ooh, natural 20.
Hey, big numbers.
Eldred makes me sweat when you say roll stealth.
Uh-oh.
What'd you get, Burberry?
9, okay.
Okay.
Ooh.
It's not terrible.
All right.
Look,
Barbie,
I had to
John,
make up for that
11.
earlier.
Okay.
The kiddos with advantage?
Kiddos will have advantage, yeah. John, where are we at?
1 second. That is 17 plus 6, 23.
Okay. And kiddos with advantage. Okay, that's a good roll. It's an okay roll. That, I think is enough at this point. Only a couple of rough rolls in the party. You guys are clear of any onlookers as far as you can tell, and just kind of scramble back into the rocks and wilderness off the road here. And do your best to just kind of keep to that as best you can. And over the course of the rest of this day, you guys keep a weary eye off to the side of your path where you know that switchback paved road, those checkpoints kind of continue onwards alongside you. But thankfully, you don't encounter any further interference with your travel today. No additional encounters to speak of.
Are we moving up a hill? Or like a mountain or something?
It is a... You are going uphill. It is a pretty gradual uphill slope. It's not like you're climbing, like, straight up, right? You are definitely moving uphill towards higher elevation, slowly but surely.
Okay. 'Cause I would definitely love to see the landscape when we do get to kind of the top of whatever we're climbing up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I could actually probably... So by the end of the day, you guys are probably like halfway through that 14 mark, right? You're about probably a half a day from the border, to the best of your guess. Looking back out over the landscape, you can see, this expansive forest kind of stretching out from east to west across the horizon. Beyond that, there are distant mountains very far off. You can see the lake off to your east, the Tower of Gobi kind of rising from that little peninsula jutting into it from the south. Ahead of you, on the path that you're currently, your current trajectory south, there is this, like, the slope is kind of leading up towards sort of this ridge, it looks like, along kind of the top of this elevated position here. Is there something specific that we're looking for at the landscape as you look out?
Well, the guy mentioned, like,
at the end of the day,
wall and the gate, and I wasn't sure how close we were and whether we'd be able to see what he was talking about.
Looking ahead of you, I'd say you can very vaguely make out this, like, white line on the horizon, heading south, like looking uphill. There does look to be something kind of stretching along the ridge, but at this distance, you're not getting a lot of detail.
Does it seem to go the whole of the horizon? Like there's just a wall around the entirety of Highwater?
It kind of does look like that.
Okay, that's complicated. Good to know at least. That was mainly what I wanted to glean, was the extent of this wall. So.
Okay.
Onward.
So, are we gonna, like, do this little fade teleport jump thing?
What was that? Your mic is up.
How are we supposed to do that fey teleport jump thing if we have to go inside walls?
Well,
Or are we not?
I assume we still are gonna, like, we just have to get over the wall, right?
Yeah. It's a weird sort of Pac-Man rule. It's like you get across the border, and then as soon as you reorient yourself and leave, you come out at that sort of cardinal direction along the edge of the domain. So it's just kind of like a get in and get out.
Okay, yeah, we'll keep moving, but that's good to know. Or is this the end of the day?
This will be the end of the day. So unless you wanted to try and force march and push,
then we will not keep moving. We will set up camp.
All right. I'll say give me a survival check to get yourselves a decent concealed campsite nearby.
24.
Okay, more good survival checks. Yeah, I mean, there's probably a really nice, like, rocky patch where there's, like, enough boulders and stuff around that, like, another round gray object is not going to stick out. And you set up the dome there and just blend right in. Who's taking first watch?
I'll do it again.
Okay.
Not great.
Do you get advantage because of Bart?
All right, are we doing that?
Oh, yeah. Because he is basically familiar.
And that makes that a bit better. That makes that a 17.
Okay, good. And with a 17, you guys are in a pretty isolated little spot. And, correct. Pretty isolated little spot, well away from the main road. You're not expecting to see a lot of traffic. And you don't really. It is pretty quiet tonight. Your 2 hours are going to pass without too much incident. There's the occasional distant howl of one of those dog shark things, but beyond that, nothing really disturbs you guys. Who's next?
I will go.
Okay.
Has one of the children joined me?
Do you wake them up?
No.
Okay.
21.
21. Another good perception roll, and another peaceful couple of hours pass. Noelle found you guys a very good camp spot.
Nice.
It is... It's just going to be a quiet couple of hours while you pass your shift. So, who's next?
I'll go.
Okay.
Uh, 14.
14. Okay. A little distracted. A little bit.
Fine. Just always
But
that daddies are gonna be fighting.
daddies are asleep. All is well. And thankfully, your watch will also pass without any incident. It is quiet today. So,
Cool.
final watch.
That sounds like me. Usually what I am. I guess no one else is distracted too. That's a 11.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
It's a quiet it's a quiet 2 hours.
Oh, okay.
Not a lot going on. You guys are gonna wake up in the morning and finish a long rest without too much issue.
Are the kids still bothering Aldrin for coffee?
Honestly, I think the kids are more nervous than they've been this whole trip now that you guys are like moving this close to Highwater. They definitely seem like they're kind of on edge and like on alert, keeping watch while they're awake.
Well, this morning would probably be worth talking about. I'm gonna assume that one of them has some idea about this. And by one of them, I mean Aldrin or the kids. What kind of... Is there any level of, like, defense beyond just a wall? Like, is there some sort of magical enchantment around these cities, spaces that prevent you from getting in without a permission or something weird like that? Or could we just hop the wall?
Yeah, I'll say Aldrin. Just want to field that question. Give me an Arcana check.
Oh, wow. 16.
Okay. It is possible that there is some greater barrier at play of some kind. You know, the Archphase domain is very much within their purview. They exercise a level of control there that is, you know, beyond anything that any other Fae is capable of. You know, they are effectively, you know, gods among men, as far as the Fae are concerned. So it is possible. But that said, it's not particularly common. There's a lot of reasons for that. But unless an Archfey has a reason to completely cut themselves off from the rest of the world, which would be a very drastic measure, it's unlikely.
I mean, these are war times, but I think we just gotta hope that that's not what's going on. If we're gonna try and jump the wall. Otherwise, we better pray that they don't care that we don't have our papers when we get to the gate. And I don't feel confident in that plan.
Tail.
Yep. She's being a little kitty who wants attention.
Well, what is the plan? You guys probably have a few hours of hiking before you guys are going to be close to the wall or the gate, whichever way you're heading. So,
Does Aldred know if all of his territory is inside this gate, or are they in Highwater right now?
So the domain of the Archfey.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think Aldrin would be able to say like 99% chance that wall encircles the domain. Like that is the actual border of his realm. They control, it looks like, a lot more territory outside of that realm. Clearly, they've got all these camps and checkpoints and stuff.
Yeah.
But that's not the same as being directly under the Archfey's like personal, magical, godlike control. So you, I think, are pretty confident. You're not in Highwater yet, but you have a very clear idea where the border is, which is a lot better than the situation with the Oral Vale.
It's true. We
kind of hiking for hours through the mountains before you were really sure you were there. So as long as you can get across the Vale and get back out, like this is going to be a very short jump.
Okay. I do think before we get moving, Noelle's going to step up to Burberry at some point in the morning. Just say, "Hey, how are you doing? You've been really quiet the last few days."
Burberry looks a little distracted, like he's digging through his. I've been alright. It's just been a bit topsy-turvy. This area is very weird.
You're not wrong. It's like every day it's been a new challenge, you know?
How about you? Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Are you sure? You had to smack his ass yesterday.
I mean, that was...
But not an enjoyable
It was not a bad ass to smack, I'm not gonna lie.
Does Aldrin hear this? Can I roll a perception check?
I would have stepped away from the bar.
Oh, I rolled a 19!
Is that what happened? That's what that clang was?
I rolled a 23! Do I hear it?
I mean, technically not my call, but my intent was to step away so that Burberry and I could talk, but you might hear that.
I feel like if you're being nosy, you like lean in, you catch the one little bit about, I mean, it was a nice ass, and you're just like, yes! Fucking,
Yeah, basically.
That's all you
he's
hear.
gonna do.
You like
Sure,
walk
sure.
away.
He's like, yeah, no, it
Da,
is.
da, da.
Beyond that, I think Noah would say, I'm doing okay. I think I've been kind of distracted just because, like, I feel like we're getting close to the end. I mean, I know of this journey, and so my brain's already, like, moved on to, you know, the Losher Hug stuff again, and I'm starting to think about that and what happens when we get back and how long we'll have been gone and, you know, normal anxiety stuff.
Well, I will say that being in the Feywilds has been a nice little step away from impending doom. Yes, because impending doom sucks.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of that same feeling as, like, the last day of a vacation, you know? Where, like, you know that tomorrow you have to go back to normal life. As perilous as this has been, you're right, it has been interesting.
And weird. There's been a lot of interesting creatures talk, trees that walk, trees that eat children, death, kind of.
Rivers that have sex with you?
What?
Well, I wouldn't call that one so much weird as a wet dream.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I would like to step back a little bit and roll an insight check on Burberry's initial answer, whether they were okay.
Well, roll it.
Because that seemed very hesitant in the moment, and I got caught up in the conversation. I can't roll good on those. 10 total.
I'm so sorry. That's a 19 on
Okay,
deception.
that's fair. That's fair.
He's keeping it together.
Don't worry about it.
I won't. I can't. I rolled too low.
I'll roll insight on how
I
he
mean,
felt about the ass smacking.
This is the dice giving me a sign to drop it. Okay, well, yeah, I've just been distracted. I'm glad you're doing okay. At least one of us is keeping everything together.
Well, not entirely together. We have been split and not standing on each other.
That's probably been a nice break for your backs, I have to imagine.
Yes, but it's been hell on the feet.
Twice the walking.
Like normally we can swap and take a break from the walking, but now we're both walking. And I will say, it has been a lot less stressful having another person not on top, because that does literally half the weight that our feet have to carry, but it's different tests of endurance. You know what endurance means. I'm not stupid.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be a different, this is probably the longest, stint of you guys actually just walking that you've had in a long time.
After we joined up, yes, this has been the longest stint.
Wow.
Before then, I was traveling. I would walk as a pair before I got into towns.
Speaking of both of you being separated, I hate to bring this up every time we talk, but have you thought more about whether you want to pursue things when we get back? Or do you need more time, you think?
I think it would be good to try. Though I obviously have some anxieties.
Well,
Because it could go terribly wrong!
could. I have a thought about, I don't know, about all this stuff. I'd want to run it by the guy in charge. I don't remember his title, but, I don't know.
Grand Poobah.
Yeah, whatever his name was.
The Cardinal.
Cardinal, thank you.
Oh, but Grand Poobah's more fun.
It is, admittedly. No, I've got some thoughts. I think some conversations are in order with them to get things straightened out. Because there's a lot of unknowns right now.
Cardinalitarian.
To be fair, this is a bit of an unknown territory.
It really is.
I think maybe after this is all said and done, I can't be the only one who's gone through this type of thing, so maybe I'll make a, I don't know, chapel for wayward brethren.
An orphanage for for priests.
Or you know, just for the problematic priests.
Right. Well, you'll have space on Montipan.
That's true. I've actually started hiring a guy.
I should probably talk to my bank about property that they've purchased there. I haven't checked in with them for a while.
Or are you planning on doing like a full house or a summer home? I mean,
I don't know. It just seemed like a good investment opportunity. I haven't made up any specific decisions yet. We'll see.
I mean, you could literally have it be a summer, and then you could visit there for a couple of days, say hi to us in our beer church, and then go on about the rest of your life again, right?
I imagine that we'll be spending some time there. Quite a bit, probably.
I think we would like that.
Is it weird that when I think about the idea of having a home and a life and things beyond this, it feels like I can't focus on it. Like I can't celebrate yet because there's something so horrible standing between me and that. Like I can't plan for that to be a reality because I don't know if it will be.
Oh, okay. Well, this one is very. Ooh, this one's my wheelhouse. I got this. So,
Okay.
life is always changing, and you have to learn to adapt to it. However, if you're always preparing for change, then, and he's gonna gesture to Barry, and Barry will say, you'll have trouble finding something to hold to on at all. Sometimes the thought of being able to find your stability helps you to be able to look past all of the variables, so to speak. But if you don't have a plan, that is okay. But know that if you do have a plan, the plan might not always end up how it's supposed to end up. So, for instance, instead of, say, retiring in Montalban, you may end up retiring in Faerul because Montalban got blown off the face of the planet. But having the hope of staying at Montalban kind of helps you get through the flow of the thing. It gives you a base to sit on.
Something solid to hold on to.
Right. Sometimes you have to be prepared to let it go if shit hits the fan and everything. Plans have to be able to change, but making no plans just makes you wibbly wobbly in the air, not able to.
Have something to hold on to, but be ready to make a change if you need to.
Exactly. And if you need help getting to your stability, we're going to be in Montalban someday.
I am so glad to have you in my corner.
And I am glad to be in yours. It's a pretty cute corner.
Okay. I think Noelle will give you a hug and say, thank you. I needed to talk to someone, I think.
Anytime. Absolutely anytime. That was amazing!
You were just the right person to talk to about adaptability, turns out. Crazy.
I mean, I have a whole spiel on it. Do you want to sit down?
Oh, I remember. Alright, we'll return to the group. Probably get moving.
Burr, have you seen... as you start walking off, that's...
Sure.
Okay.
Go for it.
Yeah, you like cut out
It
for the
sounded
last
like
half
you were
of that.
leading into something.
Oh, no. So that was the end, like, because Burberry started a conversation with himself as Noelle was leaving. So
Oh,
that was
okay,
the
gotcha.
part of whatever
Got
that
it.
was.
Okay, your mic had just cut out when you were talking. I was like, what?
Oh, no. It's because I stopped talking. I just said, Burr, have you seen? And then stopped.
Gotcha. Okay. So, party reconvening, breaking camp,
Yes.
getting ready to move today. Again, what is our plan?
So here's my thought. I guess as we're walking this morning, I'll pitch this to the group. I think the most innocuous way we could get through this would be something like we get close-ish to the wall, get hidden, and this is gonna sound weird, but if I was like a giant eagle and we had people in bags of holding, it'd be pretty easy to get over a wall and get back out pretty quick too if I traveled a little ways just flying. I'd have an hour of it, and potentially more if I wanted to recast it. So if the goal is to get over and to look as inconspicuous as possible while doing it, an animal flying over the wall, it probably happens pretty often.
That's fair.
Now, I don't know if that animal would ever be holding bags of holding, but we could figure out a solution to that probably.
Chiron will ask, does the animal have to be visible?
That's a great point. Presumably not. It's a little more suspicious if they have a way to detect it, but that's a big if.
Fair.
But yeah, no, you're right. You guys could ride on my back. Like Falcor in the Neverending Story. You ever seen that play?
They just look at each other and then look back at you like a crazy person.
Sorry, it's a millennial thing.
It's a what thing?
I mean, I think Chiron will ask again. It's like, wait, so are we riding an invisible eagle then?
If we can get enough people invisible or in bags of holding, potentially.
I can get, like, everyone invisible. Except for one person, and Chiron can probably get them.
I mean, I can do 2.
Yeah, because I can do invisibility at 5th level, so that would be
4 people.
4 people. And then if we just put one person on a bag of holding, if need be.
So Chiron's got Chiron and Endymion. Aldrin's got Aldrin, John Barnaby, and then we
And
could throw
Burger.
Burberry in a bag of holding.
Yeah.
I think he's the only one who would fit.
That's fair. You know, I've never actually been in a bag before. We've never been in a bag before.
I'm so used to rolling for one or the other. I keep.
It always comes back to bag shenanigans.
Well, this is mostly
no,
invisibility.
We've actually held off on bag shenanigans for a pretty long time, and as far as bag shenanigans go,
But we always circle back eventually.
Don't
this is one of the smallest bag shenanigans I think we've done.
For the record,
No,
I
I
don't
don't.
like bag shenanigans either, but you didn't change how bags work in this campaign. So if we're gonna use bags, we're gonna use bags. You want us to not use bag shenanigans? Change how they work in the next campaign.
I mean, he
Maybe
did.
I will.
Good. Please do. Bag shenanigans are like the lamest way to solve problems in this game. They do anything. Anyway, we're
Solve
gonna do
your
bag
problem.
shenanigans.
All right. Hey, what's the loadout then? Who's going in bags? Who's
Well,
going
I
on
think
bird?
we're
Who's-
technically waiting until we're closer to the wall.
I mean, you guys are hiking
Okay.
for a few hours before.
Noelle's gonna be a bird. I'm gonna try and get a mental map of, like, because I have the compass that does function here, so I will try and get a sense of, like, I need to fly this way for this long, and then I'm gonna have to turn this much at, like, whatever checkpoint or waypoint I could see kind of beyond the wall. And then
Yeah,
head
I
that
think-
way.
I think what Aldrin would tell you is that you're gonna want to fly out basically at like a northwestern trajectory, just get across the wall and then immediately bank right and fly northwest.
Okay. I think I can mentally map that.
Well, I think Aldrin will be on your back and he knows message, so he can communicate with you too.
Oh, that's true. Trying to think. So Noelle's morning is getting that started. Aldrin, John, and Barnaby are going to be using Aldrin's invisibility. Kyron and Dimian are going to be using Kyron's invisibility. Burberry is going to be
In a bag.
for some amount of this.
Let me double check. How big is Giant Eagle?
That's a good question. The bags might actually be mandatory for Kyron and Dimian too.
Giant Eagle is large. So it's like at the size of a
into
horse.
a bag. Just saying.
What's that?
I'm not getting into a bag, just saying.
You wouldn't fit in a bag.
Good. I don't want to fit in a bag.
I think you'd like fit one section of your helmet and then it'd just be like,
Okay. If we have enough bags, Kyron and Dimian could do bags, and then the invisibility would be on the eagle then.
Right.
So that might be better, and that frees up several pounds.
It's like 100-ish pounds.
Yeah.
So the Giant Eagle's about the size of a horse. Like you're fitting, a couple of people on the back.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe one in the claws.
As long as that one is invisible.
Yeah. So, however you guys want to arrange that and make it make sense.
I assume Aldrin's gonna be on the back. I guess how many bag of holdings do we have? That's an important question. I've got one. I guess that's it.
Just the one.
Yeah, I've just got one, and that's full. That's full of stuff. I ain't emptying that.
Do Kyron and Dimian have bags of holding?
They do not.
Okay. Do Burberry have bags of holding? Or a bag of holding?
I have my bag of savings, which I have been very pointedly making it, so I only have a bag of savings.
Okay. I'm gonna assume John has one.
Because I was avoiding bag shenanigans my own way.
I respect that. It's the same reason I didn't go invisible ever. Oh no, I have to go invisible! No!
There it is!
No!
There it is!
No!
It sank in.
This
But you're going
can't be.
invisible as a bird.
I can't.
I
Wait,
was
what happened?
waiting. I was waiting for
I
it.
can't. I promised I wouldn't go invisible this campaign.
Oh.
I mean, do you want to be at the bag?
I will be the bird. I guess, I don't need to be invisible. It's fine. I'll just be a bird
With a bag.
with some bags. The bags will be invisible. They will be held by people. I don't know. I'm assuming we can, nobody's saying anything, but I assume we have enough bags holding to make this work.
I've heard 2 bags of holding so far, one of which is full of gunpowder.
Does John have one? Can you look at his inventory?
I'm looking.
And does Aldrin have one?
Yes.
What are you looking for in my inventory?
Bag of holding?
Bag of holding.
As far as I'm aware, I have one.
Okay.
But I don't think it was ever specified.
I feel like John has mentioned one before, but I could be misremembering.
I feel like I have one, but I don't believe it was ever specified.
I think everybody had a bag of holding. Or at least I thought
Burberry very
everyone bought
specifically
it.
does not.
Yes, besides.
I know I'm lame.
I think Barnaby's is an infusion too, is the thing. It's an artificer bag.
Yep.
Do you want me to officially add mine to my inventory then?
If you don't have it in your inventory, it should be.
Okay. I don't have it in my inventory. I will add it to my inventory.
So that's 3 bags. Noel, John, and Aldrin's.
Yeah.
It's definitely gonna be tight. Because if that's 2 people on the back, 3 people in bags, and 1 person as a bird, that's 6 people,
Yeah.
which leaves 1 person dangling in the claws.
Probably that. I ain't going in a bag.
Okay. What? Tenzin, you're fine.
Sorry, I'm just checking if there's anything else I could polymorph into that would make this easier. What's the...
Are you big enough that the kids could ride on the back?
Yeah, the problem is we have several people that might need to ride on the back. And I'm trying to see if there's a better creature that I could be. I think there is.
There's the dinosaur Aloran turns into. That's a huge beast, I think. What is that one called?
Sorry, what's the restriction on polymorph? Double checking.
I think it's a CR equal to your level.
Yeah, you've turned into it before, but you would probably need to be invisible.
Any beast
to
who's
a dinosaur.
any beast, that's the problem.
Yeah, it's got to be a beast, and it's got to be a CR equal to or less than your level.
Okay.
Well, I know you've turned into the huge one.
Is there a huge dinosaur?
Yeah, it's
The
the
Quetzalcoatlus?
yeah, that's
That's
it.
it.
Huge.
That's it.
But you would probably need to be invisible, honestly.
There's
Or
plenty
turn
of-
somebody else into it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll do that.
Well, then you need to go into a bag of holding.
I will accept my fate. I'd rather bag shenanigans than go invisible. I've got my own bag of holding anyway.
Oh, man.
Honestly, my bag doesn't even really have much big stuff in it. Just a bunch of rings and pages of journals and...
Fairly innocuous.
Yeah, it's just kind of random junk.
Can I help you, Bubba? Hi.
Okay. So, I will probably transform... Whoever's the heavy... Barnaby?
Barnaby or John?
Barnaby, you're pretty heavy.
Thank you.
How would you like to be a dinosaur?
No.
Is there a particular reason no?
Do you want me to list them out?
Yes.
1, I'm not a dinosaur, so I'm not going to become a dinosaur or act out a dinosaur. 2, it's on my bucket list to punch a dinosaur, so if I accidentally punch myself, then it could accidentally invalidate the bucket list. And 3, I don't want to be a flying dinosaur.
I don't have the energy to fight you on this. John, how would you like to be a dinosaur?
If he transforms me into a dinosaur and you punch me, does that take it off your bucket list?
He's already said
That
this,
invalidates
it
it.
doesn't count.
It's got to be all natural.
Gotcha. I'm fine with it.
Okay.
What's the point of having a bucket list if you're just going to cheat?
I Okay.
Just ignoring them.
Everyone's like uncaffeinated.
No point. If there's one thing I've learned in 116 sessions, never push Barnaby on anything.
Mm-hmm.
Heaven forbid any one of us make a concession when we're trying to get children to safety. I'm going to
They'll
turn
be fine.
John into a Quetzalcoatlus.
Okay.
And we are going to... Some combination of us is going to go invisible. I will instruct John on the route that I have mentally prepared myself for. He's going to have Aldrin on his back to guide him if he needs it. Notably, Aldrin, if you cast message while you're up there, you're losing invisibility.
So just talk to him.
Although I don't know if you can understand, or if John will understand. As a Quetzalcoatlus. I don't think they speak languages. And your intelligence is still drops down to their level. So,
Put some reins on him. Fuck it.
Huh?
I said put some reins on him.
Yeah, you know, there are worse ideas. Alright, I think the plan is as set as it's gonna be.
So John is Quetzalcoatlus, Noelle in a bag, Aldrin on the back, Barnaby on the back, somebody in the claws, and then
Well, I'll be in a bag, probably dangling from the claws.
Noelle's in a bag, and either kiddos or Burberry. Or one kiddo. Well, I guess a Burberry can fit 2 kobolds in a bag, the kid.
If we can fit one Noelle in a bag, we can probably fit 2 kobolds in a bag.
That I'm not questioning. I'm questioning 2 8-year-olds.
Didn't we look there up? That's like 4.5 feet or something on average.
How big is a bag of holding interior?
I think 15 feet? Or is it 10?
64 cubic feet.
Wow. A lot bigger.
So 4 by 4 by 4.
So we're sitting tight.
Wait, 64 you said?
Cubic.
64 cubic feet. Which is about the size of a washing machine.
Like, with the internal washing mechanism.
No.
No, just that
Just
box.
a box that big.
A
Okay.
box that big is 64
Oh
cubic.
yeah, we could fit in that box.
You could fit a couple of
I could
things
fit in
there.
that box. I'm super tall.
That feels wrong.
It sounds like
I mean-
more than it is.
It really does.
Okay.
So Burberry in one bag, kiddos in another bag, Noelle in the third.
And then everybody else is
Barnaby-
invisible.
Yeah, Barnaby, Aldrin, and John are outside the bag and invisible. And John is a Quetzalcoatlus.
I will accept a large washing machine.
Yep, you got it.
Okay. So, with the plan in place, John will take off and invisibly begin flying your invisible party kind of out and looping back, kind of gaining altitude as he begins to make for the wall of Highwater.
This is gonna be like that scene in Cabin in the Woods where he just rams into the outer dome.
The shield.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Oh.
about that. As you begin flying closer,
All this planning.
John, Aldrin, and Barnaby being outside the bags, you will be able to see as you draw ever closer, flying towards the wall, There is a faint sort of shimmer in the air and almost kind of pearlescence in the air. And as you draw closer to it, you can definitely tell there is something above the wall. Some field, some force, some object, something up ahead. You can see on the wall there are people walking along the parapets, just kind of going about their rounds as they man the wall. They do their thing. On the far side of the wall, you can see the aurora hanging in the air. And below it, a very fuzzy image of what looks like a distant lake or sea. This expanse of water. But the details are hazy. Partially obscured by the wall, partially obscured by this aurora, and partially obscured by this pearlescence. Are we doing anything as John flies towards it?
Go faster.
Yeah!
Faster, John, faster!
No.
If I start to get close, like super close to it, I'm gonna slow down so that like I come to a hover like right before it, and then try to like touch it.
Okay. I'll say, I mean, you are a very large flying creature. I don't know if you're hovering necessarily, but if you wanted to kind of like veer alongside it and, you know, fly along it before, you know, maybe tapping it with your beak or something, that's fine. So you are going to try to touch it before you fly through.
I want to see if I can pass through it if it's solid, basically.
Okay. I will say when you press your beak through it, you feel something. There is a warmth there. It's sort of like dipping your toes into water, like a warm bath almost. And you can see that there is this sort of ripple in the pearlescence as you touch it. And as you're flying along it, this ripple kind of like spreads out along the wall. And as it goes, as it moves, it catches the light, begins to kind of flash brilliantly in the air behind you. You're definitely going to notice some of the soldiers down on the wall kind of pause their rounds and look up at this very strange light that is now kind of shining over their heads.
I'm gonna cock my head back at Aldrin. Like, what do we do now?
Keep going.
I gotta try.
Okay. I go through the barrier, whatever the thing is.
All right. So John veers in, and you feel that warmth kind of encapsulate your body. You feel yourself kind of pushing through this almost membrane, it feels like. And it gives readily.
Oh wait, how many people are on the? Who else is riding?
2 on the back, 1 in the claws. Or no, it's just 2 on the back. It's you and John, or you and Barnaby on the back. Everyone else is in the
It's
back.
just you and Barnaby on the back.
Barnaby, I need you to get in this bag of holding.
No. I'm not gonna fit.
He literally would not fit.
Ugh. I was gonna say I would try to dimension Doris then, but
pushing through the membrane, you can definitely feel that warmth kind of wrapping around your body. You can feel your body pushing through it, coming out into open air on the other side of the wall. It doesn't really like slow your movement, but it does seem to kind of cling to you for a moment before you push all the way through. And I mean, Aldrin, looking back over your shoulder, you can definitely see there is this like shimmering ripple that is just kind of emanating out from the spot where you passed into Highwater proper.
As soon as I pass, I'm going to start speeding up really fast.
Sure. I will say, looking back out the way you came, now that you're kind of looking through that sheen from the other side, your view of the landscape outside is extremely distorted. You feel like you're looking at the world through this massive fisheye lens. Everything is sort of like warping and stretching in really bizarre ways just as you turn your head as the Quetzalcoatlus banks, and you're seeing the landscape like around you just kind of spinning like rapidly outside that membrane on the far side of the border of Highwater. And as the Quetzalcoatlus is taking this wide turn, speeding up, picking up speed, you can see definitely that there are people down on the wall that are starting to kind of hustle. There does seem to be some concern over this strange rippling light in the shield wall. I'm going to say, John, as a big, dumb Quetzalcoatlus, could you make a... What's the fucking skill? Could you make a survival check for me to orient yourself according to the plan?
Am I using my stats or the...
You are using the dinosaur stats, but it's going to be a +0.
I got a 10.
Okay. It's not bad. Let's see.
Tremendously average.
Okay. I'm going to say, Aldrin, I mean, I assume you're trying to help steer him too, trying to guide him in the right direction.
Yes.
It is not long that you're on this side of the ball. I mean, the whole plan was get in, get out, and make this jump as fast as possible. And as the Quetzalcoatlus banks, you start trying to like pull and veer him to one side or the other, trying to get him oriented in the right direction on the way out, that you are heading towards your intended destination. And he's close enough, I think. I think in retrospect, we'll look back at this and think it would have been nice if he was veering a little more to the right. But we'll take what we can get. He veers pretty much hard west, and you see the wall kind of closing in on you again. You see the landscape outside that barrier beginning to very rapidly kind of rush and converge to that central focus point, like a lens as you get close to it. And as you do, you see the lands you left behind, that northern forest with the lake and the tower and the camps and the mountains, very quickly rush by the wayside, and you see a new landscape, a much deeper, lusher, rockier forest, towering mountains in the far distance, kind of coming into view directly ahead of you. And then skewing a little bit to your right as the beak presses into the membrane and the Quetzalcoatlus pushes out of Deep Home. There's another massive ripple in this barrier. And you see yourselves flying over this rocky expanse below you that is just a cascade of waterfalls, like terrace after terrace after terrace of these naturally formed waterfalls, kind of pouring over the rocky cliffside of Highwater and kind of spilling out into the forest below. And off to your right, you can see that forest with those mountains. Very, very distantly. Teeny tiny little thing. You'd swear you could make out the structure of some sort of keep on those mountain peaks. You have made the jump, slightly off course, but you have made the jump.
As we're flying, do we see like a flock of great tits beneath us?
These massive, like 3-foot long, fucking chickadee-looking birds just fucking take off beneath you.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. True to their name, they are very great. They are much bigger than any tit I think you've ever seen on the material plane.
Bird watchers are perverts.
And on that note.
We should call it a session. So, can we get an MVP vote for today?
I'll give it to Aldrin.
Yeah, Aldrin was my initial reaction.
Alden.
Against my better judgment as Barnaby.
I'd give it to Barnaby for the tense conversation.
We're definitely button heads.
We are. Great.
Well, you may not have Aldrin around to butt heads with much longer.
You're gonna miss him when
Soon
he's
Barnaby's
gone.
best friend,
Nope.
Aloran, will be back.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a word for it. Best friend.
Oh, shit.
Pause.
You dredged her out of the ocean, motherfucker.
You don't like a Lauren?
Best friend is strong. We're friends. I'll put it that way.
Oh, okay.
Barnaby's best friend is a wooden dog on a fishing pole. I don't know if that's cause for offense.